I swear I clicked unmute, but... Hello everybody, how's it going? What's going on? Welcome in. So, today we are going to be working on finishing up our new mover stuff. Or not movers. Conveyors, but also movers and splitters and underground belts. Kind of everything. There's just a couple little minor things that I noticed that were kind of weird. So I just want to fix those really quick, and then as soon as that's ready to go, then I think we can push an experimental branch and actually test this stuff out. I also think there's a little bit more optimization I want to do with movers, just thinking about how they work. Right now our slowest function in the movers is the update filters function. And it's just complicated because it's got to run through every single slot of the building. It's got to check what type is it expecting, how much, and then it has to create an array based off of all that info. So it's pretty slow, but I think we can improve the performance of it. When I really think about how the filters work, the only time that I believe that they are used is when our output building actually has a building that has filters, right? So if we just make sure that we can completely eliminate having to run update filters if we know that our output building doesn't need to. So I think that'll really help minimize the number of times we have to call it. So yeah, we're gonna look in all that and hopefully get that working. We can also connect update filters to whenever the inventory of our target building is changed. So it'll only actually update our filters whenever it absolutely needs to. And I think that'll be good. So yeah. I think let's go ahead and get all that working. So first thing I want to take a look at is the underground belts. There's one little weird thing that can happen. It seems like it's only a very specific situation, but I think it's easy to fix with just a couple more signals. So what happens is you have some conveyors here, and let's say this conveyor already has items on it, right? Let's give myself some stone brick. And also research all. So if we put this down, it's not going to take items off the conveyor, right? So that's the issue. But I think we can fix that pretty easily because we can just go into here wherever where we first initially get a thing in here. I guess we could actually just say, you know, an item deleted. That's how we know it'll be ready to go. Yeah, I think we could just do that. And then whenever we delete an item. Yeah, that's when we add the thing. So that also means down here where we first cache our object, we just get rid of that check there. And then just whenever we have an item deleted from here, that's where we check if we can grab another one. Although we do need to know, because I guess we do need to have both. Which is kind of unfortunate, but it'll be fine. So we do that, cache it. And then I'm just going to go ahead and run try pull the minute we cache it. Or I guess the minute we stop our physics event down here. Let's say try pull. Because that'll kind of do like an initial grab from the conveyor to see if there's a valid thing to pull from, right? So we place it down, boom, it runs try pull because it has a cache for both objects. And we also have to test like what happens if this stops moving and stuff. Yeah, see, it just kind of stops working. So that's what we have to fix also. And the way to fix that is just whenever an item is deleted, we just also run try pull. And I think that's basically it. So let's try that. If I put this back down, boom. So that gets updated. And now if that gets full and I put more down, you can see the item got deleted, so it's signaled to try and grab from the conveyor again. And so I think that solves all our problems. We can connect this back up here just to get a loop going. So yeah, that looks good. There's a couple other things that I want to check, is like the speed. I think I saw maybe some issues with faster underground conveyors. Possibly. I don't know. So welcome in, make an assembly line game. Kind of. It's a combo of automation and dungeon crawling. So that's what the whole game's about. Well, I know these conveyors look like they're slow. We're going to fix that. Yeah, we're just changing the whole system of how conveyor belts work. So it's been a lot of work, but it'll make them run faster. So yeah, that seems to be fine. I think I might have seen some weirdness on extremely low FPS, but I mean, there's not much I can do to solve that, so I think it's okay. So we need to visually update these conveyors with the V2 ones instead, because right now, obviously, they're just the V1s, which is wrong. So we can work on that. I think undergrounds are all stable now. We can test some other scenarios, but you know, if we have something like this or whatever, reload it with some items, place it, it should just work. But now, here's another scenario I kind of want to test, is what if we have conveyors there that are already loaded with items? Let's see what happens here. So those are already loaded. Now, if I place down this underground, it's probably going to complain. Oh, but I guess when you first place it, it always has to have and it'll continually run, try, push. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I think undergrounds are stable now. I don't think there's any other issues. Run, try, pull whenever we delete an item. So I think we're good. Result stuff. Okay. Well, I think we're good there. Let's go ahead and make the other conveyor variations now, because I've been meaning to get around to that. So I think I just have a big image of all the conveyors now. Where are those? Not those ones. Conveyor tile map? Yeah. Let's go open that up. Conveyor tile map. Let's just sort by date. Okay, it is. Should be up here. Alright. So we need to add in all the other variations. Technically we don't even need anything going on here. Let's see, that goes... Oh, these are all wrong, but... No, we don't even need these either. These are kind of unnecessary. Might as well just delete the bases of these. And these technically only really act as like a base sprite for the conveyors, so these don't even have to look like this, or these don't... They could just be empty in the center. Which maybe I'll do. Yeah, but then I know which direction they're going in. It'll be fine. Okay. So we're gonna go to our conveyor tile map now. And level. So here's all our conveyors. Boom. Now we're just going to duplicate these. I think I can just select all these and copy and paste. Maybe not. Looks like there's no way to copy and paste unless I do like shift alt drag. No. No big deal, just make more. Alright, so there's all those. We gotta make sure that the settings on this is all the same. Let's paint the same physics layers. I think we're good there. Now we're going to copy the materials over, which this will take a little while. Okay, that one and the up one. And we have to make all these unique so that we can change the, Also, what just happened here? Oh no, that's fine. I guess I just left in thing facing to the right here? Yeah, I did. This can just go away. Alright. So we're going to replace the materials here. Wish I could just do this on all of these. I think I can. Just say, make unique. There we go. So the speed on these ones are going to be 4. Looks like it didn't actually make these ones unique. Oh, what did it just do? I turned all of these into the same shader. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Cool. Didn't actually copy the right shader over when I did this. Epic. Alright. That's copied over now. Let's say make unique. Speed is 4. Now we need to change the belt here. Instead of using this one, let's go make the other variant now. So, conveyor belt, I think they're all inside of here. We don't really need this folder anymore. It's in here somewhere. Here, let's sort by... Oh, it is. Okay, conveyor, center, these are the ones that we need, so... We need the V3, the V2... And I think that's all the ones we need. V3, V2... Insert as many documents. There we go. So how are these kind of set up inside of the project? These are called conveyor tile. The conveyor tile belt. And then what's the other one called? Like over here. Conveyor tile left and conveyor tile right? Is that what we have set up here? Okay. Well, we'll figure out the naming scheme. Let's rotate this 90. Flip horizontal. So this is going to be conveyor tile. Conveyor V2 tile, right? Flip. Conveyor tile V2 left. Excuse me. Ah. And then are these tiles here different? Let's double check. No, they just look like that, so I think we're good to go. I may have to make these... Yeah. This has to be expanded, so resize canvas. Resave it. And redo the right one. So, I mean, this is really all we need for all the different conveyors. It's not too big of an inconvenience. I think it's fine. Let's just get these done really quick. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. How's it going? How's it going? Where tile? Tile right. GMTK jam in T-4 days. Oh, I kind of forgot that was in motion. Yeah, I did the, I think it was 2023. It was pretty fun. I don't think I did 2024 because I was pretty busy with Starground. But, yeah. Is this... Made a post looking for people and got messages from 4 composers and 0 anything else. Yeah. Man. I mean, I'd be down to do some stuff. I think it would be more feasible for me to work on if, like, I'm in a team versus just solo. Because the problem always with these is that, like, doing things completely by myself takes up a lot of time. Because, like, the downfall for me is always having to make the music and stuff. But yeah, let me know. I'd be down to team up if you want, because I think that would work a lot better for me. Got a team you could join in? Yeah. I mean, I'm down to. So let's see what's in 4 days. It's July 30th. I should be free. Down to jam. Crazy, yeah. I may perhaps be down to jam. Oops. Got into the shader by accident. Yeah, I think it could be fun. I've been, oh. I guess I actually used those textures. Conveyor V1 down. I better undo that change I just did in here. So I also need these. This is quite annoying. I'm just gonna use all these ones as the ones I actually use. Let's go change this. Planning on doing some kind of arcade-like game, really small scope, then adding a bunch of polish. Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go about it with game jams and stuff. It's just keep it really small and simple, because then, like, if you're near the end and you're almost out of time, it's easy to get things kind of wrapped up. And that's usually what I tend to do with game jams anyways. To the right, yeah. Ever forced you to play Bit Slayer? I don't think I've played Bit Slayer. I can check it out if you want to send me a link. Was that the one that was where you slashed or used like a sword, almost like Fruit Ninja or whatever? I can't remember. It's been a little bit. Yeah, I think I played it. It was pretty fun, but I think I might have played like the non-finished version or something. You might have sent me a earlier build. I think I remember something about that. Unless you didn't, I can't remember. Maybe I did play the full one, but I have no idea. How's it always Tuesday? I don't know. That one does play a lot. It's just pure random, I promise. I just have it set in the code to just randomly pick. It just does like a random shuffle on all the music, and then maybe 3 right, rotate right. Doesn't make any sense when it says rotate right. It should be counterclockwise and clockwise, but whatever. So post jam here if you want to play it. Awesome, yeah. Ooh, let's try it out. Wait, let me not open it in OBS though, because it's weird. volume sliders. Okay, yeah. I can't hear anything. Do I have like the volume disabled or something? Oh, I do. Here, let's mute the... Okay. Moving background. I'll enable that. Alright. Yeah, I think this like kind of really simple way of going about it is the way. I'll show you my game that I did for GMTK for 2023, but it's kind of a similar vibe where it's just like a definitely more arcadey vibe. I don't know if you've seen it or not before. Oh, I didn't realize I had to. Whoops. It's funny how the sword freaks out when they move it really fast. Frenzy. 4 times combo. It's like a boss. No. Okay. What's like the highest score? 600? Oh my god. I probably won't go till 600, but... oh no! I think my mouse went off the screen and then it like froze the game. What are these things? Just like, oh, boss. Anything but 300 is really good. Okay. Oh. Do I like insta die or do I have a... I guess I survived. Is there like a cooldown where if a second one hits, that's the final blow? Oh. Yeah, I'd totally be down to take like a artist role. Because I can draw up stuff super quick. Or whatever. I mean, whatever works. I can do basically anything. I mean, technically I can also do music, but it's hard. Why does my game lag when my mouse goes to the edge? It's annoying. It's probably just a web export thing. Ooh, it keeps lagging. Oh, I'm gonna die. Dang it, almost 300. Frenzy was desynced? Oh yeah. Weird. Oh, my sword changed. Is that like a thing? Do you get randomized swords? Is there a quit button? It's not. Random starter time? Yeah. Where's the global leaderboard? How do I see it? I presume that's only on the Windows version or something. Oh, is it the bottom when I died? Oh, okay. Oh, well. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think it's, or let me show you the game I did. I don't know if I was able to get the web export working, because I was using GameMaker and it sucked. It was this one, Buzz Off. But yeah, this is a very arcadey. I'll just download it because I think there's only a Windows build. But Godot makes it very easy to do web export. But yeah, the whole thing with this one is that it's like you're avoiding these like fly swatters, right? There's definitely some more balancing I should have done in this game, but there's like this shop that shows up in between rounds Basically Balatro before Balatro, guys. And you get these little breadcrumbs that spawn around. I definitely I definitely would have spent some more time balancing that stuff, but I think it's fine. Oh, I'm stupid, got hit. Oh yeah, I forgot I added the slider in the shop screen. That's actually kind of nice. Yeah, it starts to pick up a lot in later rounds. This is like baby mode right now. Then also there's a like poison spray that gets sprayed around.
You're done for.
You're done for. Yeah, it was fun. This was the first jam I ever did, I think. Right? Yeah, I think this is the first game jam I ever did, yeah. It ranked pretty well. Yeah, see, this is the poison cloud. Ooh, I died. Yeah, there's a bug where for some reason when you go into the poison cloud, it like insta-kills you. That wasn't supposed to happen. I should have only taken one. But yeah, anyways, that's the concept. It was pretty fun making. Yeah, definitely like arcadey vibe like that is the play. So, ugh, yeah, this is a game maker. Hate game maker. Is this the font I use in Starground? No, this is the Daydream font. But yeah. But I'd be down to join in. But if you already got like people in the team or whatever, I'm not like trying to butt myself in. Just let me know. I'll only join if you actually need me to, you know? I mean, it's all good. Like, if you have everybody you already need, I just figured you said you have 4 composers and 0 anything else. I didn't know if you needed more people or not. Just looking for another artist anyways, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm down to join, but don't, like... I'm not trying to invite myself, you know? So... don't make special exceptions if you're already hacked. Where is it? Moving to down. Yeah, I could totally pump out some different assets. I presume it'd probably be like pixel art. I mean, I can do other art stuff too. I could do 3D modeling if we had to. What is that one? That's not right. And this one... I keep clicking on the shader. God dang it. You have 3 coders and 1 artist? Yeah. Well, I'm totally down to draw some stuff. Okay, this has to be V2 conveyor. There we go. So now those are set as the V2s. It's really annoying not to configure all these, but it's fine. I only ever have to do this once, so it's not a big deal. That one... make unique again. That one... Then I also got to throw in some code so that these conveyors actually change. Because I think right now they're all just going to use the Atlas index 0, so... But it should be really easy to do that. Where is it? There it is. Alright. So that's it for those. It's working. Now we gotta set up all these ones over here. Yeah, really all these are is just a shader. There's nothing else I have to really do for these tiles. And this one's easy because I already got the like rotations configured. I just have to change the sprite and the speed, which I guess is basically what I did over on the other ones, but Yeah. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do the... Because I have the auto tiling. I'll have to change the code in there to... Actually, I have a function called select texture, I think, so it'll be fine. Alright, there's that. Now I gotta go through and change the speed. And the sprite. Oh, do I not have a... Whoops. Instead of just saying here times 2. Let's say times speed. Yeah, speed is just going to be a float. 2 by default. Okay. I think I made this unique, didn't I? I hope I did. I wish I could just do a mass, like, make all of these unique, but I don't think there's a way to do it. I tried to do that where I just clicked all of them and hit make unique, but then what it did is it just overrode my shaders. I don't know, it's weird. Whatever, it's fine. I wish you could just have a... You could change the parameters without having to make it unique, but whatever. It's fine. Okay. Now let's get down to business. Speed on that one is 4. Speed on that one is 4. Speed is 4. And speed is 4. And then these ones will be speed of 8. Blazing fast. That does go so fast. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever have a conveyor that goes faster than that. Like a V4 conveyor or whatever. Probably won't even bother with that. People tend to not even to kind of use V2s, so I don't know how helpful V3s even are. So I think V4 is pretty unnecessary, at least for now. Alright, now we gotta change all the materials. Also notice that this belt is... Oh no, this is like a weird Godot thing, never mind. V1. Oops, that was the wrong texture. Oh, V -1, oh yeah. Items go in reverse. That'd be so confusing. Technically it's possible, but it would suck. It looks like it's showing me the last used things here. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I decided to go gray with the V1s because I wanted to... Oops, wrong one. I wanted to make it colorblind friendly for the other variations. Because I'm pretty sure blue, red, and gray are colorblind friendly. Unless you have like what is it called? Monochromacy? Where you literally can't see any colors, but that's kind of difficult to you know, address. Finally the week has progressed, yeah. I need to get some more music. I do have a bunch, but, you know, streaming this much, it tends to get a little repetitive over time. I wonder if I could use Minecraft music. I mean, technically. Have more in my backlog? Oh yeah, feel free to. Say, hey, Yoshik, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? This one's facing to the left. Boom. And this one's probably facing to the right. Yes. Okay, our conveyors are finally done. What a nightmare. C14 allows you to use their music. Some Minecraft tracks still get stuck for me though, or struck. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I always find it so odd that like game tracks are copyrighted. I mean, I get it, or that they, at least just that they get claimed. Obviously they're copyrighted, but because like you're gonna be claiming people playing your game. I don't know. That happens sometimes with like Plants vs Zombies music. It's claimed on YouTube, and it's like, why? Because it's a game track. But yeah, it can be annoying. So Salty, welcome in. Let's see. I think you're trying to grab the link here. I don't think the commands work on YouTube, or do they? Yeah, no, they don't. It's only with Twitch. But here, I can send you the link. Let me go to YouTube. I need to get a better way to handle the chats. Do they? Yeah, no, they don't. Ooh, stop talking to me. Oh, I didn't read these other messages. Sorry about that. There you go. It's like this OST? Caper Cube, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I could check those out. I'll open that up in the background. Salad Wrap is maybe not good as background music, yeah. That's all good. I can sort through them and see. Yeah, I try not to put anything too intense in, because then it's like it's just way too loud and distracting. I'm trying to talk and the music in the background is just like, it's not good. So yeah. Okay, so up here in set texture, wherever that function is. I know it's here. Mine conveyors. What did I call it? Okay, in create conveyor, we do down here, check corners. I guess that's where I do it. Is this where I set the cell and all that business? Do I set the cell normally, depending on what the direction is? Because how else would I know? I guess I always call check corners. And then what does this do in here? Index. Okay, so this does take into account the straight ones, so that's fine. So now what we can do is just on this, instead of this 0, that's just going to be equal to whatever our tier is, right? So we're getting the current conveyor. We can just grab the tier, controller.tier right here. Then call this var tier. Is that and replace it all over here. I think that's all we need to do. Is tier, yeah, I think it goes from 0 to whatever. All right, is there any other set cells in here? I am not. That one's fine, yeah. Because that's setting it to empty. Yeah, we're good. Alright, this should work now, where if we place down the V2 conveyors and stuff, it'll actually visually look like the V2 conveyors, so let's see. So say I can use C418 stuff. That would be nice. Minecraft music is always a vibe. Just some of the nice simple ones. Wet hands, dry hands. Guess I could do Sweden. Minecraft music always works really good as background because it's pretty chill. Except like probably like the end. That track goes pretty insane. But that's meant to be like a credits track, so yeah. come on, game. Load. All right. Let's see what this looks like. So V1 conveyors, boom, good to go. Let's give myself copper ingot 99, gear 99. V2 conveyors. That's looking pretty good. Yes, sir. Okay. That's good. V3 conveyors. Myself a rotor. It's looking good. Okay, I think we're good on all the conveyors then. These things move blazing fast. Some other things that we can also fix is just random bits I kind of forgot to, like for example the player moving on the conveyors. That doesn't work anymore, so we can fix that. I think that's down where I do process movement. That is itchy. Okay. So down in here somewhere, I know that we're calculating for the conveyors. I think. Conveyors move. That's really what I'm looking for. Oh, I might actually handle that code in a different spot. But I think we changed that now. Where is it? Yeah, this conveyor check thing. This can change now. So we're just going to copy this. Go into... What's velocity offset? Okay. This can move, and I don't have to worry about any of that. So we have to do it after we set that. Okay, it's right here. And I'm pretty sure this is already doing... Let's check. I think that's already only for authorities. I'm pretty sure, yeah. So we don't have to check that anymore. We're going to change how this is grabbed. Instead, what we're going to do is just say global.conveyors.get data.get dot global to map global position. Our conveyor is that. If conveyor, then yeah. And we're also going to say if conveyors move, first off. So our velocity offset, or I guess we need to set this before we set it, yeah. Will be equal to conveyor dot direction times conveyor dot speed times 16. I think that's correct. Let's try that out. Oh yeah, that's working. Cool. Now one thing is that it'll be trying to like get the position at the 0 index like this, so I think what we can do instead of that is actually offset the position we're checking. I think we just say minus vector 2 8 8. And then I think it will try and stay in the center. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I just want conveyors to kind of push players around a little bit. Yeah, it's really hard to outrun this conveyor. You can see walking, it's almost faster than the player, which is crazy. These conveyors are super fast. And that should also work with our lead boots and stuff. Let's make sure, though. Yeah, we're good. Cool. All right. That's implemented now. So we can get rid of this conveyor check node. Goodbye, conveyor check. All right. We're getting there. Things are getting way closer. Undergrounds are good. Conveyors move us. Conveyors visually update. What else is there? Movers definitely work. There is some more optimizations, though, that I've been thinking of doing that would help performance just a little bit more. So, maybe we do that. Okay. Actually, there's a way I could make it so the player tries to stay in the center. I just don't know how that would work. Because basically it would just be grabbing from this side until it gets to the center, but it's not how the position stuff works. I think it would grab the one closest to where we are. Ah, whatever. It's fine. So yeah, the movers and stuff work. They're functional. The undergrounds are functional. Splitters work. Let's make sure splitters can work at full speed and stuff. So give lens 99. I'm pretty sure that they will, but let's just make sure. I do want to make it so I can finally, you know, rotate things again with the conveyor, so I can just grab a conveyor and plop it down and rotate it like that. Because that's now broken, but we can fix that. Also, what was that all about? These conveyors are dropping V1 drops, so let's go fix that. I think it's just because the way that I do that in here, I think I'm grabbing the wrong building ID. And remove conveyor. Yeah, right here. So we just have to do like match tier 0, 1, 2, you know. Ugh. I guess we only have to do match with 1 and 2. Oh yeah. Do I not have data.get? I guess I don't actually get the conveyor here, so let's do. Now match conveyor.tier V2, V3. All right, this should work now. It's still dropping iron, which is puzzling. I wonder why. Let's figure out what's happening. still showing that it's just that one, which is odd. Because 0 is just regular. Oh, I'm just stupid. I wasn't actually setting it. Like an idiot. Okay. We're good now. So now if we break these, boom, it drops the proper resources. Cool. Oh, they wisp me away. All right, now let's also go ahead and do this. Boom, put an item on. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Let's get a bunch of items. Also, these movers, right now their speed is limited. I need to do research all again. There we go. Yeah, it's looking good. I don't see any issues there, I think. That looks pretty typical. Okay. Cool. Basically almost everything is working. There's only just a couple little minor things I want to do. First off, I want to do what's the word? I want to make it so I can pick up items again from the conveyors, because that functionality is now gone. I think I have an input called pickup or something, or grab. I think it's grab item. Yeah. So this is where I am checking the grabbing stuff, but obviously this doesn't work anymore, so we're going to change how that works. Up here I am actually checking, I believe, if it's a conveyor. Yeah, right here. So we can just not do that anymore. Check if it's a mover. And then up here, if it's a conveyor, just run that check separately. So if grab, so we're gonna change how this function works, probably. It's interesting that this is an RPC. Oh, it's a server call. That's what's happening. I'll just optionally pass in here conveyor position is equal to null. So we'll just say if conveyor position is not equal to null, then we do that stuff. Otherwise, we try and do that. We're gonna do this, and then if conveyor dot item ID that is empty, which means it has an item. And then if inventory dot add item mod API dot create item dictionary, conveyor.item ID 1 means we successfully added the item. We play that. We show the item indicator. What's going on here? Object. Oh yeah, now we pass that in as a conveyor position. Times 16. And we also have to remove this then from the conveyors, so global.conveyors.remove item of the position. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah. So now if we go back into here to grab item. Yeah, right here we say that. What do we actually use for the position there? Well, that's just whatever the object position is, but I need to know. Oh yeah, conveyor dot position. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. All right, I think that'll work. Let's try it out. It's not happy. Cannot convert argument 1 from vector 2i to string name. You said it had to be a string. I don't know. Let's restart the game. It can be a little funny sometimes. Then I think for at least quality of life stuff regarding conveyors, we just need to get the rotation stuff working, and then I think we're done. So I would kind of like to change how that works with the rotation, where instead of actually deleting the object and recreating it, I mean, technically it will do that, but we can just like tell it not to drop the items and just try and put it straight into the inventory first or something. I don't know. Just as a nice little quality of life thing. Also, we got an ad starting in just a minute. I apologize. We're out of snooze credits. Okay. Why is it crashing? What's the problem here? Oh, duh. Whoopsies. There we go. So, now why is this, though, not working properly? CID name.toInt. So much more of my tracks. Awesome. Thank you very much. Epic. Oh yeah, also let's see, this is the team. Yeah, I can join in on that. Welcome to the team. Sure, announcements and releases. I am a coder. I am an artist. I design, I test. I also play games. I guess I'm not primarily a player. Sometimes I compose. I mean, if I were to do voice acting, I would be the voice actor. I'll leave it there. Whoa. So it auto creates a little... That's epic. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Okay, I gotta figure out why this show item indicator isn't working now. Which is confusing. I don't know why it wouldn't work. Oh, I'm stupid because I call remove item, and so it gets rid of the ID, and then, okay, this should work now. Whoa, check it out. Also, I think I need to offset the position right here, times 16 plus vector 2, 8, 8. I just do the GMTK chats. Awesome. Cool, cool. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, that'll be fun. Oh. Oh, this is a vector 2i. Let's just cast this to a vector 2 because it's weird. All right, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Whoa, look at this. I'm picking up items. Also, I think I don't have to... Why am I making that just pressed? Because I can change this grab item to just pressed. So it'll like continually try and grab the item. And that seems like it would just be better. Because then you can just hold it down and drag and then it picks up all the items, you know? That's way better. Why have I not done that before? Because if you want to just pick up one item, sure, it's easy enough, but you can just hold it. Pick up all the items you want. Okay. Cool. Well, conveyors are feeling pretty good now. I mean, honestly, functionally, they don't seem to be any different than what they were before. They move me around, I can pick up items and stuff from them. So that's good. Yeah, I think that's it for conveyors. Actually, I do need to make it so we can save and load them, because I don't think that works right now. But I don't think that's going to be that hard. It's just going to be a matter of just saving the big data list and then copying them again or recreating them, which is easy. So yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'm in the chat now. Yeah, I'm totally down to do art stuff because it's very easy for me to draw a bunch. I can get a bunch of art done like super quick. Alright, what else do we need to get these conveyors ready to go? Still need to do the mover optimization. Volcaris is our other artist? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to figure out the vibe we're gonna do for the art stuff. Looks like all the other games you've done... Well, this one's not really pixel art. Yeah, I'm definitely pixel art main. I mean, I can do traditional art, just digital art, but it won't be as easy for me. Pretty much only do pixel. Okay, I figured. Yeah, it looks like it's usually pixel art stuff. Pixel art is just easier. 2 exceptions. Okay, it'll probably be fine then. Look at these conveyors. See, I guess let's get the conveyor rotation / replacing thing working. That shouldn't be too bad to do, I think. Yeah, I can also, I mean, I'll do the art, but if there is coding stuff that needs to be done, I'm also happy to help with that. Because obviously I can also code. What is that weird item? I keep seeing this glitch with the conveyors where the items like do this weird where they like snap positions instead of smoothly moving. I'm not sure why that happens. Because it doesn't actually functionally break anything, which is really odd. So I have no idea what's going on with that. I gotta keep looking into why that happens. I mean, it's a pretty minor thing. It's not like it's game breaking. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know why it happens. Seems like it tends to happen, I think, more on low FPS. Maybe, or maybe I'm just wrong. No, it's definitely not happening, so... yeah, I really have no idea what happens. Maybe it's like fluctuating FPS, you know? No, it has nothing to do with FPS, it looks like, so... no idea. I'll probably just have a bunch of tasks on a Kanban board people can pull. Yeah, that'll probably be the best way to do it. Gonna try to stream most of the jam. Yeah, I'll probably also stream it. It depends on the day, but it's probably during the weekend, right? It doesn't show that the actual date is here. Oh, no, it does. I'm wrong. 30th to August 3rd. That's pretty long. I guess they're doing a little bit longer this time. Yeah, when I did the one in 2023, that was only 2 days. So, it's interesting. Yeah, I guess they, must have changed it over last year to be longer now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming most of it. I mean, I'll stream Wednesday and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so... not Thursday, though. So, hey, welcome in. What's your game making all about? Right now we're working on Starground, and this is my, it's sort of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling. We're currently doing this big rework of how the conveyors work. Functionally and visually, they don't really, like, nothing is actually changing. It's kind of more behind the scenes with performance, just to make them run better, so... yeah, that's what we're working on right now, but it's going good. I think it's just about ready to go. We're going to be putting up an experimental branch and letting everybody test them out, so... yeah, hopefully they run better. That's the whole reason I did it. So if they don't, then that kind of sucks. But I think they do. I mean, all the performance profiling and stuff I've been doing, it seems like they do run a lot better now. When there's only a couple conveyors like this, you can see there's essentially zero impact. 0.08 is nothing. Player process is 0.9. And that's only for like a frame. There's some more optimization I need to do with the player. I mean, it's never really been a big deal because there's only ever like one player. Or maybe maximum 3 or 4, so it just tends to not really actually be an issue. But yeah, maybe we'll take a look at that. There is a lot of code inside of the player. All of this code. Over 2,000 lines. But line count doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it's not necessarily that more lines is worse performance, it's just because there's a lot of functionality with the player. It's also because I handle like all the UI and stuff with the player, and that's I think what takes up most of the code in the player is just the UI stuff. I could have detached the UI from the player and made it more of like a world-based thing, but it's just kind of nice to have it in the player script. I don't know. Just makes it easy to reference the player super quick and stuff. I don't know. There's no right or wrong way to do it. They both have their pros and cons. How many milliseconds did conveyors eat before? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to measure. On this, it wouldn't be very many because it's barely any conveyors. But if I load into a save with way more going on, like this one, I'll actually be able to measure more of an impact and compare. Before on this save, I think conveyors were taking about, I think 3 or 4 milliseconds or something like that. And you know, there's quite a few conveyors on this save. Set my mode to God. Because there's all these conveyors, but then there's also conveyors on other planets, like on Tyria. I think I have some conveyors here. There's some here. But yeah, now how they're running here, it's only 0.86, so that's definitely a huge improvement. It's not even getting past 1, so pretty good. The save definitely does run faster, I think. I mean, we can take a look at what's slowing us down. Yeah, the thing that's really the slowness here is still movers, which is the next thing that we're going to start optimizing. Bees still sometimes have a little bit of an impact. I have optimized bees more, but I'm going to keep working on that more, obviously. But yeah, you can see the mover. It's all of the different mover functions. There's update filters, but then also mover try pull and try push is pretty slow. That's specifically because they're running update filters, probably. So we definitely want to take a look at improving the performance of those the most. This is on inclusive mode, so basically any functions that process itself is calling will be included in that time. If you set it to self mode, that shows like actually how much each individual function is taking, right? So now we can look through here at this stuff and be like, okay, mover process is only 0.27, but it's really the things that process is calling, right? Yeah, the nice thing with how conveyors work now is every single conveyor is all handled in one process event instead of, you know, thousands of individual ones, so yeah. I'd love to see the guy from Let's Game It Out build something wild to break the conveyors. Oh yeah. There's probably a way to break it with the new system, I'm sure. But yeah. Yeah, this isn't running too bad, and especially given that I'm streaming right now. Because that's the thing is, whenever I'm streaming, the game runs way worse. It's like a 20 FPS difference, so... and that's not an excuse, because obviously people will be streaming the game and doing stuff at the same time, but, you know. It's important to keep in mind every variable, though. We could take some items out of here and, like... get these moving around. The conveyors do have more of a performance impact when they're actually doing things. Right now, all of the performance impact from them is just drawing the items, so... But yeah, as these start to kick up and create things and do things, it starts to get a little slower. I've already broken the conveyors. Should patch that yet, by the way? The conveyors are kind of a whole new system, so it's probably fixed. But what was the thing that you did to break it? I can't remember. Yeah, it's pretty similar. At least this part of the game is similar to Factorio in the sense that it's an automation game. But yeah, the other whole aspect of the game is the dungeon crawling. You can head to a dungeon and then battle guys in here. There's some mushrooms here. I'm on God mode right now, so it's not fair, but... But yeah, this is more of like a Binding of Isaac kind of thing where you work your way through the different dungeon rooms and try and find the exit and stuff to go back home, so... Yeah. I think grabber's grabbing from things moving into them. I did work a little bit on, like, mover behavior, so that might be fixed. It's hard to say, though. Movers are able to grab from other movers, but it's not necessarily an issue. That's kind of intentional. Let's give myself some wood. We can, oh, no, I didn't pick it up. You do a conveyor into a mover? Okay. Oh, the side of one? Like this? Yeah, I don't think that can happen anymore, just because I've completely changed kind of how conveyors work. Well, let's try it out. Yeah, I don't think that's possible anymore. Because conveyors no longer are doing anything to the movers. Like, the conveyors just kind of chill there. The movers are kind of doing all the work of grabbing the items, so I don't think this is possible anymore, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a whole different way that these are processed and stuff, so... But yeah, this all works like normal. Yeah, this bug, this nasty little bug. I don't know what causes that. And it's only like a temporary thing. It's really weird. I have a feeling it might have something to do with like how the signals are configured or something, where it technically deletes another item or something before it moves. I have no idea. But something's causing that. We'll figure it out. It must have something to do with the which conveyors are actually put into the process thing. And it's funny when you have no clip on that the boat's also no clip. I can just ride wherever I want. But yeah. But I'll be taking a closer look at that stuff. And try and figure out why that's happening. Again, it's not a huge deal because it's not a functional issue. So it's probably okay. But I definitely do want to try and fix it. I just don't know how yet. I'm sure I'll eventually realize what I need to do. No idea what's going on there. Yeah, the conveyors that were at a diagonal here are no longer at diagonals, which is so sad. But it's okay. Hey, welcome in. How's the game going? It's going good. We are still working on conveyor stuff, but we're getting really close to like having it stable and ready for people to actually play with. I think they're all basically ready to go. I can put items onto them, take items back out. The undergrounds and splitters also work with the new conveyors, so that's good. So yeah, I mean, it's basically ready to go. Still a couple little minor things I'm gonna have to work on, but I don't think they'll be too big of a deal, so... yeah, hopefully. Look at this crazy setup. Famous last words, yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm not holding my breath or whatever. I guess it's one bug I just realized is that if with this new pickup thing, if I'm not doing just check pressed, if we have a mover that's outputting items, it means every single frame there's going to be another item in there, so I can just hold F and pick up like 1,000 items. So that is kind of a thing. Yeah, see, like this. It's not really supposed to happen like that. I don't know. I mean, I could just change it to go back to just pressed. It wouldn't be a huge deal, but I don't know. We'll think about it. And I can just run along these conveyors and pick up items. Okay. What's this filtering to? Oh, okay, we got too much wood in here. So how did this stone get in here? Okay, so this is something that's odd, is even though this is filtered to coal, somehow stone is getting through. So obviously that's kind of a problem. So we need to work on that. There is still some weirdness with the mover filtering. But I might actually change how filters work. I think I might exclude these inherent filters from the update filtering process. So it's 51% stone, 49% coal rock. Yeah. Maybe. Also, I can't take the item out of it for some reason, which is odd. I can't take the item out there either. Oh, it's because my inventory is full. Now that would do it. Yeah, you can see that the filter there is just not working at all. It's passing in wood through here, which is not supposed to happen. So there's definitely still mover filters are a little bit broken. And I think it's because it's not calling update filter when these two buildings are have no filters, and so it doesn't take into account what's in here. But yeah, I think I'm going to change how these get filtered, though. I'm kind of tired of it, so yeah. Woohoo! Alrighty. And actually, I think I might know exactly why that happens. I think outside of mover and update filters, right here, I'm just returning the empty list. But we have to push back the force filters right here. So yeah, let's do that. So that'll fix that, I think, with the filters. So now if we go back up here with these ones, if I replace this and set the filter again, I think it'll work. But let's try it out and see. Let's put some items away so I can actually do stuff. Nope, it's still not working. So I think I just have to call update filter at another step here somewhere where I initially cache these buildings, or maybe just have a signal for whenever this filter gets changed, it updates the mover to use those new filters. So yeah. I'm gonna go do some C++ relearning. Yeah, do it up. Just checking in from time to time. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, right now we're kind of in the boring arc of just making things run better and changing things that were already in the game, but we're getting there. How possible would it be to make a tile that can push other tiles? That would be pretty crazy. I mean, technically it's possible. All you would do, it's really easy for an actual node, because like if you have a chest or something, and then you just have like a piston building here, and then whenever you activate it, it just sets the position of this building to be one tile over. So you just say position.x minus 16 or whatever. So that would be pretty simple. There are weird things that would definitely happen though, because a lot of the game is kind of dependent upon buildings not moving. So like if you had a mover like this with a conveyor, as soon as you moved this chest, then this mover would still be connected to the chest. You know what I mean? So like you can move this chest wherever you want, but the mover is still going to be pulling items out of it. So you could do like wireless storage. It gets a little weird, a little funky, but it's possible. I would have to implement some more logic, like to have a signal in each of these buildings and buildable that kind of just lets this building know that it's been moved. Just add a signal called moved, and then on moved, this kind of gets rid of its cache or whatever. That would be all I'd really have to do. So it wouldn't be that bad. And then it would work. Yeah. I would like to implement like another tool at some point that actually lets you just click and drag buildings around so you don't have to break and replace them every single time, because it can get kind of annoying. And other games don't really have that, other automation games. Usually you always have to break the building again, but I think it's cool to have that power to just be able to click and drag things and move them around and stuff, you know? It would help a lot. Because if you already have a building that's like configured with things, I don't know, like some crafter, and you don't want to redo the recipe, you just click and drag it over a tile or whatever. So, could be cool. I mean, it does kind of open up some strange exploits and performance issues. Because if you can click and drag items around, you could technically do like, you could load this thing with items and then just move it over to where you want. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's not, excuse me, it's not really like a huge exploit or anything, so it's kind of fine. But it's a little funky though. I don't know. We'll see. Ugh. Okay, so let's do... make a mod that spawns enemies on Viridian. You could. I don't think it'd be that hard. Well, the only issue, though, is that Viridian does not have any navigation mapping. So it would kind of break enemies, at least enemies that rely on the navigation map, because they wouldn't know how to navigate around these buildings and stuff. Like, how do you get around all these rocks and furnaces? Yeah, the flying enemies are actually fine here. Like, if I spawn one in. Like the, what do I want to spawn in here? The Pecky. They're actually just totally fine over here. You can see they're just working normal. And then they fly in and attack me. There is one thing though here is that you don't actually lose health when you're in an automation planet. So you would have to change the player code to make it so you can still take damage here. But it wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, you could totally just spawn in flying enemies here. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Starground better than Moles Edition, yeah. I know Oshik was working on something kind of like that a little bit, but I don't know if... Oh my god. I don't know if that's what's going on with that mod now. So we'll see. I think it looked like more of just a... Not necessarily like a challenge mod, where it makes the game really hard, but just kind of more like... just different. So I don't know. We'll see. Hunger bar, enemies on Viridian, scarce resources. That could totally, like, you could totally do that. Where you add a hunger bar to the player and then... because you could just make it so, yeah, you have to cook and eat stuff. You have to start growing farms and get apples and stuff. It would be kind of fun. I don't know if I would ever, like, actually add it into the game, but as a mod, I think it could be kind of interesting, like a survival mode for Starground. I don't know. And I do have a function in the mod API for actually adding UI elements to the player. So if we go into here, I think it's player UI. Yeah. So this lets you actually just push a scene into the player, which is cool. Because then you can easily add in like a hunger bar if you want. You'd have to know exactly where you want to add the node, but you could just do a check in the ready event of your scene and like see where the nodes are and just decide to change its position. You can just say get parent.change or add child or whatever, you know. Energy bar if you use too much energy, faint. Yeah, like Stardew Valley. That'd be crazy if you like made a save before the player fainted or something, and then it like resets your progress if you faint. that would be stupid. Like the mod I've been working on? Yeah, we're just talking about that, yeah. You've stopped for a while? Yeah. It's all good. Would be fun to do like a mode in Starground that's kind of yeah, drop 100% inventory. That would suck. Ugh. I've always wanted to kind of do a mode of Starground that's like kind of focuses on like the whole aesthetic of Starground is kind of very high-tech, futuristic, you know, with how the buildings look and stuff and the conveyors and whatnot. The researchers are like glowing orbs, but the very original, very old initial idea we actually had for Starground was like kind of a more archaic thing, you know? So Peter A, game looks awesome. Good luck and don't give up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. 100 times crafting prices. Oh my god. That would suck. You could do that though pretty easily. Yeah, one of the things we initially talked about was like making it so like it's kind of more nature oriented, where like the conveyors would be wooden. Actually, our initial idea for moving items around was actually through wildlife that spawns around on the map. So you could like you know, tame ants and stuff, and then they walk around and move your items between buildings and stuff. It was cool, but I think we started to realize how tricky it can actually be to, like, implement something like that. But it could be, like, fun to make a little Starground offshoot or something. That's just, like, kind of more like the original vision. Because, yeah, it was all going to be, like, nature-based stuff, right? Of, like, automating nature. Yeah, spin-off. Oh my god, I'm so fast with the skateboard. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say if I'm ever going to do another automation game. Because, I mean, one nice thing is that I have all the code ready to go. So, you know, I could. One thing I would probably do differently if I did another automation game is actually get rid of movers. Because working on these conveyors, I've realized something huge, which is that if you don't have movers, and the conveyor always terminates at an endpoint, so you know that, like, nothing will happen to the items on this conveyor until it hits your building or whatever, or where you want your items to transfer to. So that means I could just process this entire stretch as one object. And technically we can still do that with these, but it's a little bit more complicated trying to detect where the movers are and stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, I definitely would change a couple things, but I do have the basis for a pretty solid automation thing now. It would be kind of fun to, like, rebuild Starground, you know what I mean? Obviously, we're not going to do that to Starground. But to, like, start from scratch and just make a new automation game, kind of knowing all the lessons I've learned now, it would really change how I go about a lot of things, I think. But, I don't know. Of course, that's a ton of work, so I don't know. Anti-automation enemies have the automation, you have to attack it. Oh, yeah. That could be interesting. Yeah. I came up with an idea for a game, kind of, a little bit of similar concept to that, where it's kind of like, you have to stop, like, the creatures, like, basically you're, like, the planet, and there's people on you, humans or whatever, that are, like, automating your resources and building factories and stuff and polluting everything. So you'd kind of have to, like, strategically destroy them. Like, activate volcanoes and stuff, and whatever, natural disasters, and destroy their factories. It'd be kind of fun. It would just be like a quick little, like, round-based thing, you know, like where a game lasts like maybe 10 minutes or something. A little more arcadey. I mean, I thought that could be fun. Always thought it could be cool to, like, make a game like that and make it like an optional purchase thing, but then all the money that gets generated just goes to, like, a, I don't know, some kind of charity for environmental protection stuff. I don't know. It would be kind of cool. Maybe one day I'd work on that. I don't know. Is that making the... That's... I might have found a bug. Is that real? Or is it just... Hold on. Oh. What is going on with that? Well, that's a bug. The, oh, that's really weird. So the building that we click on doesn't show the hover thing, the indicator. Interesting. Wonder why that is. And then when we place down new buildings, it also doesn't show the new indicator. I think the reason why that might be happening is because when we hover over this building, it's actually, and then as soon as we hover off, it's making the indicator go invisible. Even though it should actually stay visible because... Yeah, that's interesting. So that is a real bug, unfortunately. I'll have to mark that down and fix it. Indicators are going invisible. What? I'll bring both of them. Even when they shouldn't. Like the collectors. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting bug. I wonder what I changed to prevent that or to cause that. I'm not really sure. It must be something that I have set up inside of my like code, where I'm not checking anymore for if the building is actually supposed to be hovered or whatever. Because it also happens to the power poles too. Unless that was always a bug and I just didn't notice it. We can load up the current build of the game, just out of curiosity. Let's go do that. Okay. Let's load up. Doesn't matter, the save. Actually, is that save gonna break because it has new stuff? I don't think it does. Okay, so if we pick up this. Yeah, it's definitely something new that I did. Oh, looks like it's because you're not able to hover over things when you're in the building menu or when you have a building selected. And that's why it's fine. But now for some reason in the new version, you're able to do that again. Like this. Which, yeah, it's definitely not supposed to happen. I wonder why that works like that. How that's possible. I probably just accidentally didn't include a thing down here in our hover whatever down in here. Process object interaction. Yeah, if not UI open. I think I just have to make sure we're not actually actively placing a building. So we just have to go down here and make sure build preview is invisible. So that should fix the issue. Yeah, now it's not broken anymore. What a quirky little bug. Alright. I'm actually glad that I just fixed that. Alrighty. Something we also need to work on is the fact that conveyors don't show up in the minimap anymore, because they're not technically a building anymore, so it's not really a big deal. All we have to do is just go into whatever, buildable, and there's a whole thing in there. It's like, I think on ready, when we first place it down, we call the minimap update. Down in here somewhere, right here. Minimap draw building, and then we pass ourself and all that business. The only issue is that we need to check and see if this is actually a, whatever, conveyor or not. Yeah, we could call this on, inside of conveyors, on add conveyor. On create conveyor right here. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. We'll have to go to the minimap script. So that's on function called draw building. We also do that on update map here, which kind of just does like a whole regeneration of the map. So I'm also going to have to call this same thing. We have to say for I in global.conveyors.data. It's not a big deal. Let me just say draw building. We're going to say I global position times 16 plus vector 288. Cast that to a vector 2. What does draw building take in? So the position, the building. Okay, So that's going to be I. False and true, whatever that means. All right, this is returning back. We have to say var conveyor is equal to. Then say I, passing the object. Okay. Also same with down in here, I think. Draw building. Yeah, global position doesn't make any sense. We have to say position times 16 plus vector 2 8 8 self, that is not what we want. We want to say controller and true. Okay, so back into the mini map. Now we need to go into draw building, and we're gonna have to change how all this stuff works, but it's not really too bad. What is this? Global collision changed. What is that? Collision changed. Why do I emit that? Does anything use that? Oh, that's just for the navigation region. Oh, I don't think I actually use this anymore. I think this was an old thing that doesn't work. Okay, yeah. We don't use that anymore. Okay, so in draw building, we're gonna have to do all this stuff, but we can keep this way more simple now. So now we just say if building is conveyor data, do that stuff. So let's do this. So, hey, Ben Newman, what's up? How's it going? How'd you search code through all the files? So if you hit Control-Shift-F, it'll open up this, and this is find in files. So you can search whatever you want. It's really helpful for like when you're checking and seeing if, like this case where if something's actually used, you know? So you can just hit that and search whatever you want, and now it's gonna search every single file in the project for that specific keyword. And it also shows like where in the file it is, so I can search for like something that I use everywhere, like an equal sign, and it'll show like thousands in here. Yeah, 11,000 times, and it just shows like what file that's in. So this is in the clouds.gd shader, and you can scroll through this list for a billion years. But yeah, you get the idea. It's pretty helpful. I use it all the time. If you just hit regular Control F, it only searches in this file, but Control Shift F, and it searches all the files. So, and of course you could rebind that in the editor settings if you wanted to, but yeah. Okay, so we've got to do all this stuff in here. So we have to get the region ID. And yeah, that's going to just be a global position. It's very useful for like refactoring too. Yeah, it can definitely be helpful, because then if you change the name of something or whatever, you can just search for all the instances of that and go through and change them. Yeah, so it's pretty helpful. I've definitely used that a lot for a whole bunch of things, especially yeah, refactoring. It helps a ton. So what is this? If building is in group, region ID. Interesting. Okay, so that's getting the image, that's the region position, and then the coordinate is going to be this. So we don't have to make this so complicated though, because this is going to be building object size divided by 2. We just say minus vector 2, 8, 8. I think. Let's see. Oh, that's divided by 16. The size is 1, so that's going to be minus 0.5, I think. Oh, shoot, I just missed a message. I really wish the YouTube chat was better. I hate it, because I'm always missing messages. Let me go back in here and look at the chat manually. There we go. Yeah, I think there is a replace all if you do Control-Shift-R. And then you can do replace in files. Yeah. So you can search for this stuff and then replace it with whatever you want. And yeah, works pretty well. You can also do like filters so you don't include GD shaders. You can also specify what folder and stuff. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of things. And obviously whole words and match case. It's pretty nice. Alrighty. Yeah, something I forgot to say is that I made tools for all the game jams I do that'd be used in GMTK. Okay. Easy to learn how to use though, just stuff like global signals, text files to find objects in the game. Okay. Yeah, that's all good. I can get used to those. It does suck. It really does, yeah. I used to use this thing where it would merge the Twitch and YouTube chats, but then like it just randomly stopped working one day. And I think it said, you need to pay because you ran out of credits or something. It's a nightmare. Yeah, and the API I think is also pretty terrible. I tried to look into it, like how I can actually get it connected, because I have like all the chat funnels into the Twitch overlay here, so I can read in all that info and stuff I need to with Twitcher. But yeah, it's super hard to get that connected to YouTube. It's a process. Thanks for sharing that. Very useful. I'll definitely be using those features. Yeah, no problem at all. Let me know if you've got any other questions about Godot stuff. I'm happy to explain what I'm doing. I think Twitch started warning creators about merge chats too. Yeah, that's another thing. You can't actually... It's really frustrating because if I was allowed to, I would just use the restream chat or whatever, but... They have made it so that you are not allowed to show the YouTube chat and Twitch chat merged for whatever reason. Their whole argument or whatever is that it, what is it? It like worsens the experience of a user on Twitch is what they're saying. I don't agree with that, but whatever. It's stupid. It makes it really frustrating because I'm only allowed to show Twitch chat on screen because otherwise I get in trouble. So it's just dumb. It's really stupid. I don't know. Twitch really makes it so it's like you have to only use Twitch. I mean, to be fair, Twitch is way better than YouTube for live streaming. But it can be a little frustrating. Show both chats on screen, just not in the same window. Oh, really? That's weird, though. Having, like, 2 chats on screen. I don't know. Yeah, it's just... I wish it could all just be merged. Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't know about that. That's interesting to know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just put up 2 chats, one for YouTube and Twitch. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so custom color will be that, and then this is where we do all the setting of pixels, which actually we don't have to do all that. The only reason this is so complicated is because it has to take into account buildings that are larger than 1 pixel, but we know that conveyors are always going to be 1 pixel, so I can actually greatly simplify the code here. All we have to say is just our coordinate and our custom color, and I think we're done. So pretty easy. And then it's basically just a case of doing the exact same thing down here too. So if building conveyor data, else. And this is just for erasing the building. And it's almost the exact same script, but not quite. So this calls update texture. Yeah, that's fine. And then this is just the ready stuff. So update map. I don't think there's anything in here we need to do. This is mainly for... Yeah, and I already have this working here, so I think we're good. Initial load. Yeah, I think we're all good to go. All right, so draw a building. Let's see if that works. Let's put a pass event in there, though. So apparently building is not... Okay, it's called building object in this one for some reason. I should probably like kind of simplify the mini-map code here. So if I place down a conveyor, let's see if it properly places it. Oh, it's not happy. Vector 2 and float. So what's going on here? Oh, right here. Vector 2, 0.5, 0.5. Let's do that. It looks like it's working. It's hard to see because the minimap's tiny. Let's increase the size of it. It's actually easier to see if we go on a tiny map. So let's just do this. Just so we can make sure this is actually doing it properly. Whoa, this place is loaded with resources. Alright. Hey, non-major nerd, welcome in. How's it going? That's looking good. So if I'm on top of the conveyor, yeah, it shows that we're on top of it there. Cool. So I think that's working with placing the conveyors. Now we got to work on breaking them, because that doesn't work. So yeah, it's essentially the exact same code. There's a little bit more funniness, though, that we have to do with this, where we have to say, like, just all that business. But it shouldn't be too bad. It's just a matter of getting all of this stuff. We're just going to copy all this, but we don't have to loop through anymore. So we can get rid of those two. This one needs to be set back. We don't need to know that anymore. So region ID. All right, thanks. How are you? I'm doing fine. We're just working on getting a bunch of new conveyor stuff working here, so but it's getting there. Also, don't think we need the center offset stuff, whatever that's all about. Region position there is fine, but now we just say minus vector 2, 0.5. We could probably simplify this formula, because I think it has a lot of extra stuff we don't need. So why am I actually getting region? I guess that's just for this location. Region ID, tile map, terrain and water. Alright, I think that's all good to go. So now if we go ahead and try deleting the conveyor, it should reset back to what it's supposed to be. Except it's not, because I forgot to include that code. So in buildable, I I think we have a call in here for when it's broken. I thought. Here, where does a race building get called? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, this is on exit tree. So we can just copy this as long as we're in game and all that business. Now in conveyors, on remove conveyor. Check corners, remove conveyor right here. We are just going to do this. So race building, this is going to be vector 2. Times 16. Conveyor, and true. And we're going to call this before we actually delete our conveyor, because otherwise it's going to not work. Well, we already actually have center position, so we should just use that. Yo, thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Season? How's it going? Let's just do that. Ooh. I think we also did the center position up here, right? Yeah, we say plus vector 88. So yeah, we're gaming. Alrighty. Now if we break these, boom. It works. You can see it disappearing now in the minimap. Cool. Alright, so conveyors work again with minimap stuff. That's good. Super easy to get that implemented because it's nice knowing exactly what the size of the building is going to be. Now if we go load back into another save that has conveyors already, I just want to make sure that it renders the minimap properly. It's going, busy working and whatnot. Yeah, I feel it. Look at that beautiful minimap up there now. Looks like all the conveyors are in the right positions. We've got this guy in the center here. Also, we could do this if we really want to see it larger, like that. It all looks pretty good to me. I don't see any issues. Are conveyor tunnels drawn as logistics? I think they are. Yeah, they are. Cool. And then breaking these should also be absolutely fine, which they are. Cool. We're good. We're golden Freddy. Now let's make the minimap not ridiculous. Oops, that's my health bar. Ready to go home and sleep just to do it again tomorrow. That is the human condition. That's how work is. Yeah. That's how it feels working on Starground sometimes. But, oh well. So hey, in all studios, welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? Look at this sick setup, guys. Whoa. Okay. I think literally the only other thing we have to do for conveyors is work on the being able to replace them with different rotations, and then also doing what's the word? Saving and loading. So we can work on that now. One nice side effect of this new system actually is that saving and loading is going to be faster, because it doesn't actually have to load in a resource. Hey, Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Fish is moving a duck around. I think it is kind of funny they made it so they can do that. Yeah, welcome in. Let's see. Stream for the first time earlier. Oh, really? That's awesome. What'd you stream? Yeah. Welcome in, everyone. We are currently working on conveyor stuff again. Crazy. We've been working on this whole new rebuild of everything, but it's going pretty good. We just got the mini-map working again with the new conveyors, so that's good. Also, the new conveyors now push you around again. The only things I can think of is middle click to copy the conveyor. It's going to be saving and loading, and then also being able to replace the conveyors, like, depending on the rotation. So that's what we're going to be working on. Going very well. Going very well, actually. It's turning up input and got things feeling way more snappy. Got a clean flow going for heavy attacks, so you can dodge early to cancel them. That's awesome. Got start trying to make movement speed modifications during the heavy attack, but went very well. Awesome. That's cool stuff, yeah. Yeah, movement stuff is super important. I spent a lot of time kind of tweaking the movement with Starground, because what I did is I'm now, the way that I'm calculating the movement, I guess really the complexity with Starground movement is just the fact that there's so many different things that can change it. Because you can, like, go faster if you have a speed potion, or if you're on a boat or a skateboard. It can also change your speed if you're on over a conveyor. So I definitely would have changed how I do that, though, if I went back and did it differently. What I have right now is just a bunch of different variables for every single kind of movement that can be applied to the player, but I kind of wish what I did instead was just have, like, a dictionary, because then I can just have the different keys of everything that can change it, and then just multiply them all up together into one value. It'd just be easier that way instead of having to have a billion different variables, but it's fine. It works. So yeah. I still want to figure out how to make conveyors in Godot. It's not really too bad. The way that we're doing conveyors now in Starground is through using a tile map instead. And I'd probably recommend that system just for the performance side of it. Because we used to have it as individual nodes, and it was fine. But when you have thousands and thousands of them, sometimes it can start to slow down a little bit, since they will have to process things and draw sprites. What we actually do now is, for the conveyors, we are using a multi-mesh instance 2D node. And what's great about this node is it allows you to draw one or multiple of the same texture in one draw call. So one limitation of this node is that you can only do one texture for it, right? Which is kind of a big downside. But I've realized what we did is we actually created an atlas shader. So at the beginning of the game, during our initial kind of loading stuff, we actually just create a big grid of all the different items in the game, and turn that into a texture. So we create a texture like this with all of our items like this, right? And that way in our multi-mesh instance and our shader, you can pass in custom shader data. So we can pass in like an atlas or like an index for what image it should be drawing in the shader. It's kind of complicated, but what that means is that we can draw every single item in the game with one draw call, which is pretty good. I did not come up with this idea. I have to give credit where credit's due. It was Boston MA. I don't actually know their full name or whatever. But yeah, they came up with the Atlas idea, and it's pretty helpful. Yeah, let me look through here. Exactly, if it works, it works. Don't touch it for the love of God. Yeah, it's hard to do that with Starground, like not changing things, because I still have the game open. I have the another copy of the game open. I was wondering like where the rain was coming from. Yeah, Starground is such a refactoring type of game. I'm always changing stuff with it. It's hard. But yeah, new conveyors are way more performant. You can put down way more of them now, so it's cool. It has really sped up the performance of the game. for large factories. Most people never usually have issues with performance just because they don't build their factories big enough for it to matter. But I do want the end game to be a little bit more pleasant to play. I don't want people to be playing at 10 FPS, you know? My goal is for huge, crazy mega factories, at least 30 FPS. I know that's not a ton, but it is really hard to optimize this stuff. This is not an easy task. I've never dived this far into optimization in anything ever before while programming, so. So welcome in, Finn. How's it going? It's kind of a mega shader. I mean, it's a really simple shader. It just does this. But, yeah. Cyberpunk uses 1 mega shader. That's crazy. Entire game, 1 shader. That's pretty crazy. I don't know how you would even do that. Yeah, that's what you get for loving your project too. You want to fix it? That's definitely true, yeah. Yeah, you'd probably have to take everything you've ever built and evaluate the optimal way to do it all. I know. Yeah, it's a nightmare. There is a way that like we could even make conveyors even faster, which is that if every single building was its input instead of having to have movers, let's snooze that, then you could have like a crafter building and the conveyor just goes straight in. So it would mean that we can make the assumption that we don't have to calculate each individual index of each conveyor. We can just treat this all as one big block because we know there's going to be no interruptions to the item flow until it actually goes into the final building, right? So I don't know. Maybe I would have done that change if I knew. But it's fine. We're way too late to ever make a change that big because it would kind of require me to redraw and redesign every single building in the game. Not to mention it would break everybody's saves, so it's kind of not not a very realistic change at this point. But it's fine. That's just a part of the learning process. Although I do like the flexibility with movers though, because it allows us to like just randomly say right here, like bam, take items out and stuff, you know? Technically you could do that with an actual building like this, where you have like just a splitter in the middle, and the splitter kind of like breaks up the conveyors you know, between 2 different sections or whatever, but I don't know. It's complicated. It's really hard. Factory optimization is really hard. Optimizing like enemies and stuff is nothing, but when you get into this stuff where it's just thousands and thousands of objects, it's so hard. Because you kind of really get down to like the limitations of the engine itself, you know, of the rendering pipeline and stuff. Like how do you squeeze out every little last FPS from that? It's really tricky. I definitely do want to look into some kind of chunking system with the conveyors where like if we have multiple conveyors just moving items along, we know that every single item will always be just moving at the same rate together in one block. So it means that we can just calculate the position offset for each one together and just kind of move it as one image. Yeah, there's some funky optimizations we can still explore later at a different point, but I've been working on this change right now for so long, I'm kind of ready to move on. You know, I just want to get it working and then be done for a minute. But yeah, all those interconnected systems, I know. That's the other thing too, is that everything interacts with everything, right? Like making one little change to the movers so that it's faster with the building or whatever can completely break the conveyors and stuff. It's just, it's a whole thing. It's funny how math is so avoidable in dev, but when it actually comes time to optimize, suddenly math is everywhere. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Optimization is hard. The whole thing, one of the reasons why optimization is so hard is because it's like, it's not even the programming side of it or anything. The code that you write to optimize things is so small. But The hard part is just conceptually, like, coming up with the idea of how to optimize things, right? It's like a surprisingly creatively focused thing of just like, you have to be so creative with like, how can I do this and make this run better? It's really hard. It's like taking all the hard parts of drawing and then inserting all of that into programming. It's a nightmare. Yeah, other games I make in the future, I probably will maybe work on a game that's not so optimization dependent. That'd be kind of nice. Just make the game run super great on every platform. That'd be super cool. I don't know. But, you know, it's a nice little challenge. I mean, I've definitely learned a ton about optimization stuff doing Starground, so. Yeah, do a couple lightweight games. Yeah, I definitely would love to. We do have a couple of ideas lined up, actually. I do like some of them. I don't know if I should really tell you guys yet or not about them. I'm not sure. It's not like a confirmed thing or anything. It's not like we're like, oh yes, we are... That is the next thing that we will be working on, you know. It's still kind of up in the air, but I think they do definitely have some potential. I don't know, maybe one of these days we'll actually work on some prototypes for those. I'll have to ask the team and all that if that's something that if that's okay to do. But yeah. It would be kind of fun to take a little bit of a vacation from Starground stuff. Obviously, I'm not going to be done working on Starground until it's actually released, but yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Definitely gets tiring. You get burnt out. So we got ads. My apologies, gamers. Let's go make it so we can middle click the buildings now, because I'm tired of that not working. I think it's called pick building. What was the keybind for that? Nope. Building menu. It's just middle click. I guess I might just check middle click in here. Oh yeah. Is this also inside of our... Yes, it is. Epic. Makes it easy to do. So now we just copy that, go up to where it's a conveyor, and here, and just add our little code. I think we're also checking not UI, yeah, so we don't have to check that anymore. So if we middle click our building, then we already know all this stuff. Oh, I'm saying results, select new object, okay. Yo, thank you for the speed. Ace, since you're in here, what are the thoughts and feelings about me working on some of our experimental games on stream? Because I don't know, I would love to work on them more, but I think one of the constraints right now for me is that I stream all day working on Starground, and then I'm too busy to work on them because I can't do it during stream time. I don't know. We need to discuss that. Yeah. Because I would like to just start kind of working on stuff. I want to get some, like, solid prototypes built and ready, you know? And then we can just kind of leave it there in the background for whenever. I don't know. Yeah, I'll make sure that you guys are fine with that, though, obviously. Oops. V2. V3. So now we can just say select building object that, and then if result, we do that stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'll ask about it in the dev chat and stuff. Okay, we're back from the ads, everybody. Sorry about that. We were out of snooze credits. All right, I should be able to middle click these buildings now. Oh yeah, check it. These buildings are just like normal now, the conveyors. Can't even tell the difference. Should be able to do the V3 ones too. Sick. Very cool. It's funny how fast these things move. If you do like the tiny thing like this, with just these, it's like... Check that. You're just like stuck. Like, it's like it pulls you in. It's like I'm in a black hole. It's like a vacuum. It's crazy. Ooh. Let me out. Okay. Okay, I think conveyors are basically done. Also half me and thank you for the follow. Let's add the saving and loading stuff really quick, and let's do like another pass through everything and make sure it's stable. And then if conveyors are looking good, we can go ahead and take a look at movers and such. Yeah, I remember I had this code here where I was checking the index stuff. Where I said, like, if that, the distance away from the player was less than that. I was going to see if that actually made any kind of meaningful difference on the performance of the game. As far as I could tell, it didn't seem to. But you can see, like, these items will stop rendering now when I'm too far away from them. Yeah, so you can see like all these. What was that? Did you guys just see that? There's like a weird line over there of something. I don't know, it's really weird. This is the issue that I was getting with this, where it just doesn't seem to work right. And I don't know why. I'm just checking the distance away from the player here, and if it's less than 64 pixels, which is like 4 tiles, then it actually draws the instances down here. But yeah, it's really weird. I just don't know why it... What is that? Yeah, it's really janky. I don't know why it doesn't work. See, it's still like drawing. It's like flickering between where it's drawing. I don't know what's going on. It's really, really odd. Because I'm setting that to whatever process size is every frame. Deactivate things, maybe forget to draw position for a second, maybe. I mean, the way that multi-mesh instance works, at least as far as I understand. What was that? Oh, it's all the... I thought it was a weird glitch thing. Is that all this has for drawing is just the number of instances to draw. And then the positions of where to draw them. So, I don't know. Invisible instance count. It's the number of instances drawn. Maybe we have to set that. Where we say multi-mesh dot visible instance count is equal to whatever index is or something. I have no idea. But yeah, it doesn't seem to like be updating their positions for some reason, right? Like they just kind of get stuck there, which is really odd. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Maybe the issue is that I actually need to check what the this is, the transform position. But part of the whole performance of this is the transform. So I don't know if it's really gonna matter. See, so that just seems to do nothing. Now it's just not drawing anything. Yeah, so I don't know. It's really janky trying to do that distance check. Hey, it's Yams TV. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? Yeah, it just doesn't show any items being drawn now, so it's very odd. Got the Ice Beam and Metroid. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, why does this just not draw anything then? Yeah, I don't know. Very odd. I'm not sure, like... I don't know. Maybe this just needs to stay at -1. Probably. Who knows? See, look what's happening. What is this? Like, what is going on? Why is it doing that? Also, am I seeing something over in this corner here? Is that drawing our big image? Oh, that's just a coin. There's just a coin there. Okay. Working on my multiplayer game in UE5. Nice. That's awesome. If you got any links or anything, you're totally welcome to drop those in chat. The void coin, yeah. But what is this? It looks like it's our image atlas of every single item. But it's behaving quite strangely. I don't know what's happening. What is this? Is it because we're not setting the custom data or something? Maybe we always need to set the custom data. But it's still not drawing in or like setting the instance positions. That does fix the crazy shader bug. But the instances are still just invisible, so I really don't know why this doesn't seem to work. I mean, we can check again, conveyor.position times 16. But it don't work. Also, this should not be conveyor. Oh no, it's fine, it is. And see, it does like draw it, but they're really weird and glitchy. You can see they kind of just hang around sometimes and like, I don't know. It's messed up. Maybe the secret is that I need to set this instance count every single time back to 0 or something, and then set it to process size. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to optimize this because I'm not sure like why it's all broken and weird. Whatever. We'll probably just have to keep it like this. Maybe setting that to size 0 every frame though would like clear out the buffer of previously drawn images or something. I have no idea. I mean, does it seem to be improving performance at all? It's still hanging around 0.86 on this save, so it's not really that much better. So yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if there's any way for me to decrease the number of draw calls. See, what I would like to do is any item that's not in view of the player just wouldn't draw, right? Because that would be a huge help to performance. it would, yeah, make a huge difference, I think, on just the number of instance transforms has to be set and stuff. I mean, I guess what we could do is just say loop in process, like we say for I in process, and then get the like final draw here. Still early development, demo in another few months, I'd say. Nice. You plan on doing like Next Fest and stuff? Next Fest was a huge help for Starground wish lists and stuff. It actually matters a lot. So we could do this and then check the distance here. We can say if conveyor.position.distance to global.active player.global position is less than 512. Then we say final draw dot push back process. I don't know. Oh, that's just getting me conveyor data process I. That doesn't make any sense. Process is, oh, a dictionary. Oh, I see. And then we can't do pushback. We have to say at index I is equal to conveyor. And then this has to be a dictionary. I mean, we can try this, and then we set the instance count to whatever the size of final draw is. And I don't know if that's going to make any meaningful difference on performance here. And then instead of saying an I process, we say an I final draw, right? Because that definitely would decrease the number of meshes that the conveyor stuff needs to handle. But now it just doesn't seem to draw anything. Even though it should be. Final draw dot size. Oh, times 16. That's the first mistake. Okay, so you can see the items now in here. The range is way too tiny here. It's only got to draw on a couple, but that is working. But again, I just don't know if this will actually make a difference, because the downside here is that the time it takes to loop through and calculate which ones are close is that can be so slow that it just gets rid of any benefit of the actual drawing. You know, that's the quandrum, the quandary right here. So let's increase the distance until it's actually at a reasonable distance. Let's try 2048. That's still way too close. Because we just needed to handle the maximum zoom level, which let's say God is false. So this is the maximum zoom level as long as it doesn't extend past that or whatever. Maybe let's try 10,000. This is square distance, so it's different than normal distance. It has to be way larger than you think. Maybe we can keep going up. 20K? I wonder if it'd be better actually to do, instead of just a distance check, we do like a box, an AABB check or whatever you call that. And let's see like what that's running at now. I just don't know if it's actually going to mean anything. I mean, technically it is slightly faster. It's at 0.6 now instead of 0.8. But we're still not all the way there. It's still pretty close. We need to go to like 80,000 or something. which even that's still not enough. We're gonna have to go like 160,000. And right about there, we're almost there. Just a tad bit more. Let's go up to 320,000. And there we are. We're finally at the extents of the screen. So now let's actually run the profiler here. So yeah, this is what I was worried about. Adding that quote-unquote performance optimization actually just decreased our performance. So that's it's kind of useless. It actually runs even slower now. So it's kind of no point then. And yeah, that's the funny thing about this, right? Is like, that's the thing about performance optimization stuff. It's really easy just to say, oh, well, just don't draw the ones in frame, but to actually calculate and figure out which ones need to be drawn in frame and stuff, oftentimes you end up just... The checking of figuring out which ones need to be is so slow that it actually just doesn't even help. It actually makes performance worse. So... There's probably no point. I mean, we can test it on a much larger save just to see if that does matter. Because maybe we do some kind of weird dynamic thing where if it's over like a certain number of conveyors or something, then we actually do it. And then, but if it's under that, we don't. I don't know. But it's a whole lot of work for something that probably won't make a difference. But let's just try loading up this save just for fun. See what happens. This definitely feels worse. Let's stop the profiler and see. Yeah, the conveyor controller... It's at 3 milliseconds. Let's let it cook for a minute. Let's just kind of walk around and do stuff. But maybe there's some other kind of physics collision that I can check instead of just distance. Because distance really isn't the best for... I mean, well, it probably is the best for performance. I have no idea. That's something a little funky. See how there's like 2 items that double up or whatever? Wonder what's going on with that. Also, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. High boots acquired. Oh, yeah? Okay. Let it run. Let's stop the profiler and see what's going on here. That's item moved. Conveyor controller, 3.56. It's not great. I'm wondering if there's a better way that we can handle this process stuff. Which, actually, why do we need to know the position? Let's try changing things around a little bit, I'd say. Hey, Null Studios, thank you for the cheese time. I appreciate it. We could change process into an array of conveyor data. And I have no idea if this is going to run better or not. It probably won't, but let's try it out. So process has... What would a race on an array do? Yeah, nothing happens. Okay, so we can just do that. And yeah, this doesn't work because we have to say process.pushback conveyor. I think in the past I have actually tried this with a array versus dictionary, and the performance was really bad. I was like, oh man, this actually runs super terrible. The only benefit we would have here is if this right here the for I in process if not having to get the conveyor would actually make a difference, right? Because now we just say I there and say final draw. Make that also an array. Ooh. Conveyor. Just push back I. And now down here, it's just conveyor is I. So, no idea if this is going to be better, worse, or what. We'll see. So we can save this, and then it's probably going to cry. Oh yeah, we need to restart the game. Oopsies. Here's a fan of Factorio. This game really caught my attention. Curious what sets apart from other factory games. Yeah, so one of the big differences is the fact that it's also a dungeon crawler at the same time. And that kind of changes a lot about the game. There's sort of some interaction between the automation part of the game and the dungeon crawling, right? I definitely want to work on that part more. But, you know, the game is in early access. It's a work in progress. Gotta go eat. Sounds good, Noel. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, one of the big things is, like, you can find artifacts and stuff in the dungeons that can be used in your automation area. And also, there's a couple different things that you can craft in the automation area, like food and potions, and you can get stuff from fishing. It's more of like a more open sandbox thing than just strictly a automation game, if that makes sense. And I think that's kind of its strength. So Brewski, thank you for the follow. Here, let's actually load up these other saves. Yeah, there's like a hub that you can go to and buy and sell items. So you can make money from your automation area and then use that money to buy different like weapon parts and stuff for the dungeons. So, what is all this? Oh, I see. We don't want to erase position. We want to say current. Ooh, okay, process.erase position. That's wrong. Want to erase conveyor. One's good. Okay, that should be fixed now there. So let's see, has this made any meaningful impact on the game's performance? That's really decreased performance. It's not 2 milliseconds. It was down at 0.6 or whatever before. So that was an epic fail. Yeah. It looks smoother, but it's not actually, unfortunately. It's definitely way worse. It's 2.87 now. Well, that's fine. This is the big thing about optimization, right? Is you have to verify your assumptions. Because a lot of the times with optimization, your assumptions are just wrong. So, yeah. Now we're gonna have to go and fix all this stuff. So, do that instead. Position is conveyor. Dot erase at position. Now if I call erase on this. Okay, yeah, we don't have to check if it has it. The assumption that arrays are faster is pretty safe. Well, it's not always true though, because one of the big strengths of a dictionary is that you're able to access data way faster than an array. Because like how it works is that if you have an array, like this, and you have some elements in here, right? The time it's going to take for the engine to actually find the thing that you're accessing can take a long time. Because, yeah, you can know, like, the index, but let's say I want to access the conveyor at a given position, at position 1, 1 or whatever, and it's over here. I have to first check all of these. Is this one 1? No. Is this one 1? No. Is this one 1? No. And then finally, so thank you for the hydrate, it gets here and checks, is this one 1? Yes, and then returns it. So we have to check all the elements before it in order to actually find what we're looking for in our array. Whereas a dictionary, the way that works is kind of, it has like keys. So it basically has a big list of all the things in here. And so let's say I want to access 1, 1 and it's positioned here. It just does it. It just knows where it is. Because the way that these are stored in memory is based off of what the keys are. So it's definitely pretty performant for that. I thought it just adds the variable size times index plus original address. I don't know. It might do some optimization behind the scenes, like the compiler. I'm sure it does for arrays. That probably makes accessing faster, but I mean, we just tested it. It definitely is not faster, so I don't think in this case it's going to be the right choice. Because also this array is not a grid, right? This is, yeah, it wouldn't, I mean, technically we can make an array, but the issue is that there's conveyors from other coordinates, so we'd have to use a really huge array. Yeah, it would be kind of a nightmare. Anyway, sorry, let me read all these other messages. Cool, keep an eye on it. Appreciate it, yeah. Is the underwater part still in the game? Yes, it is, yeah. That's the whole planet Tyria. We have a new planet in the game now called Opus, which has, it's a gas giant. So on this planet, you start on this little platform here and build your factory up. But yeah, Tyria is the underwater one. That's still in the game as it was. But yeah, Tyria is pretty much finished out. There's not much else to add here. I mean, I'm still like kind of going back and adding things that can be used on Tyria, obviously. Like you can blueprint stuff here. Also now some of the materials that you get here finally have more of a use, like the gemstones you have to use to craft lenses for the new planet. So yeah, but one of these days I'll probably add more things to do in Tyria. I just need to think of what those would be. Yeah, and how big is the grid? So I don't use a grid for storing the different conveyors. Technically what I could do is just store the conveyors in a grid that is the size of the number of tiles. So we could do like a 2-dimensional array that's 256 by 256. Although that does mean that we now have 65,000 entries in memory. It's not really a huge deal. I mean, modern day RAM and stuff is very fast, but it can add up. And the problem is that, like, what if you're on a larger world size? What if you're... Because some worlds are actually on 512, especially if you're like running it through a dedicated server. That's a lot. And the thing is that it might not seem like a bunch, but you got to realize that this is also times 3 for the other planets. So you end up with like just straight up like 1 million bits already. It's just a lot. And the thing is, it's not just a byte that's being stored in each index of the array. It's going to be storing an object, so it's probably going to be a lot more. I don't know. I worry about the RAM usage with using a grid, right? So cool with the different planets. I appreciate it, yeah. I always did like the kind of gameplay with the different planets and moving items back and forth between them and stuff. I think it can be kind of cool and fun. I think we changed everything back, did we? Let's just search for every instance where we mentioned process. Sign of a good developer is hesitating over inefficiency even when there's plenty of available resources. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely important because, like, this stuff adds up, you know? It might be okay, like, now, but What if I add more automation planets? What if I change how I store the conveyors in that array and stuff? It can be kind of a big issue. Customer, the 3D models with shader. So what they are is they're actually just purely 2D. I didn't actually create the shader for these planets. It's actually an open source shader. Pixel Planet Generator. Deep Fold. This is the shader that I use. And it works really well. I probably could. I've been dabbling in shaders a lot these days, and I probably could make a shader that draws this stuff myself, but honestly, this shader works so well, I figured, why not just use it? Yeah, this is a really cool shader. It's open source, so like you can modify it and do whatever you want. It's MIT. So you don't even have to credit it or anything. But yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a bunch of different like variants. There's the star one, which might look familiar. Galaxy, black hole, asteroid. So it's pretty versatile. There's all these different types of planets you can generate. The gas giant might look familiar. That's like the moon, islands, and then Terran. It's pretty cool though. You can change like the orientation of the lighting, how much it's rotated, whether you dither or not, the resolution of it too. You can set it like really high, like this, so it's smooth, or a really low pixel. You know, like 32 if you wanted to. You can randomize the C to whatever you want. You can change the colors. It's pretty versatile. You can also export it just as a PNG GIF or a sprite sheet. I'm not doing that because I actually just have the straight up shaders in the project. So these are being rendered like real time, which is way better because exporting these to a GIF would become huge. Likewise with a sprite sheet based off of what the resolution of these are. So it's actually just better to render it in the engine. But yeah, I'd recommend taking a look at it if you want to do some little planets in your game. It's a pretty good use of this shader. It works pretty well. You get some pretty interesting looking planets by messing with the seed and all that and the type of planet it is. I think it's cool because like planets you wouldn't think would work like this or whatever, you can kind of make it like this could, depending on the colors you use and stuff, could just look like a world filled with lava, you know. It just depends on how you kind of do everything. Right, even though it's technically a dry planet or whatever, I think you can get away with achieving different looks. And you can also keep, like, this one, for example, with the atmosphere, you could actually just hide, like, keep all the terrain the same color, so it just looks like an ocean instead. I don't know, there's cool things you can do. And being an open source thing, you can just modify the shaders too. If there's something that you want to do a little differently or something, you can just go into the shader code and change it. So it's pretty cool. The asteroids are cool. I love how that does the rotation because it's so interesting. Like, because it totally looks 3D, right? This, it's pretty cool, these kinds of shaders. I don't know how you even do this kind of stuff. I mean, I've got a general grasp on shaders, especially just more simple stuff, but trying to like emulate 3D geometry in 2D is really conceptually difficult for me to understand, you know? I don't know how you would do that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thanks so much. Really want to learn a shader like that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Alright, let's see if this conveyor controller is back to normal. Oh, we are... Oh, duh. Whoops. Then also is final draw. So final draw is an array. Which I guess we could try just making that one an array, because we are having to loop through and draw every single one individually anyways. We're not accessing these in any specific position because we're regenerating it every time. So it might technically be faster to do it that way. We're about to find out. All right, so we should be back to normal here. Let's run the profiler and let it process for a minute. Okay. And it's not bad. This could be promising. I think if we optimize the area in which these items are drawing, it could make for a little bit of a performance increase. Especially if I statically type all this stuff, probably. Like this will be an array of conveyor data objects. Because then the engine has to do less work interpreting what we mean. I don't know if we necessarily need to set that back to 0. Although I feel like it's fixing some issues. Yeah, it clears and resizes the buffer. Maybe what we need to do is just say like buffer is back to empty. I don't know. Maybe that's what we need to do. Just clear out the buffer every frame. No idea. Okay. I think this is all good to go. So let's save all that and test it on our laggy save. I want to see what the difference is there. Ideally, we're looking for something under 4 milliseconds. Let's go down here. Let's see where we're at. It is hot in my room. I have my fan on full blast, but it's not enough. It's been like 90 degrees every day. It's kind of been miserable. Not 90 degrees Celsius, though. That's, well, today's been 95 FTC. That's 35 Celsius. It's pretty hot. It's very uncomfortable. Okay, this seems to be running worse. But let's confirm our suspicions. Let it run for a little bit. And let's see where we're at. So conveyor controller, that is at 4 milliseconds, so it's not really that much better. Yeah, I just don't think there's any way to really optimize this unless we're doing this check when we're initially adding the process. But see, that doesn't work because the player's position is always changing. Like, if we knew our camera was in a static position at all times, it'd be easy, but it's not. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to make any performance impact. So I think we just need to move on. Set this back to process. And do that. Set that back to process. And that should be fine now. Okay. Well, that's all good. At least we tried. So, I guess we should be all good there. Let's make sure that all these references to process and stuff are what they should be now. So that's adding the conveyor. Yeah, that's good. Racing from position, that's good. Erase position. Accessing process size. Yeah, we're all set. So yeah, if we run this profiler again, you'll see it's probably a little bit faster now. Down to conveyor. It's actually a little bit... interesting. It's ever so slightly slower. So yeah, it might be one of these cases where it's slower when it's a big save. So we'd have to determine like what number of conveyors is it worth it to do that conversion. At least that's what I'm gleaming from this profiler data here, right? But let's load into that other save we were on just to confirm and see if that's actually faster over there, because it seemed like it was. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is worth it. It's not a big deal to change that code, so. I am crushing my soda. So let's go see. I am getting a trillion errors. Oh, is it because process is not? No, it is that. So what is it complaining about? Cannot set a buffer on a multi-mesh as a different size from the multi-mesh as existing buffer. Okay. So I just don't think we can set this to empty. That's fine. I wonder if that was part of what was causing it to lag. Probably. Let's re-clear our buffer or profiler. Yeah, because see, it definitely runs better with fewer conveyors. Actually, all those errors might have been what was causing so much lag. Let's go ahead and load back into the other save really quick and make sure, because that could be the issue. I'm also working on a game, but I use Raylib plus enet for multiplayer, and I coded in C. Oh, okay, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to different ways of, like, programming your game and stuff. Godot is definitely can be more of a challenge to make performant, but so far I've been able to get by. It's definitely flexible though. It's usually pretty easy for me to add new content in. Come on, game. Yeah, I've done a little bit of C, mainly for university and stuff, but never really dived too deep into it. I've never tried making a game with C. I don't know, if I was going to do C stuff, I'd probably just go to C++, but it's hard to say. Okay, so now it is just ever so slightly slower. Which is just, I find that very interesting. I don't know, maybe it is worth it. I mean, because the thing is here is I'm trying to optimize for large saves. So the minor increase of overhead for smaller saves doesn't matter. So I don't know, maybe it is worth it. Maybe just having that as the iteration object straight off the bat instead of having to call that, instantiating a new variable is actually better for performance. I don't know. It's fascinating. So yeah, I guess what it's got to be is that once you get up to this scale, it probably starts to be better this way. Because yeah, if we run this again, we can see... Yeah, it's just a little bit faster. So I guess I'll just keep it in. But we can probably find a better way to detect which things need to be drawn in here instead of doing a distance check, because it's not really the greatest way to tell. The thing is that the player's camera is not a circle, so we're drawing like this, but there's all of these tiles in here that we're drawing for that we really don't need to. So I want to see if there's some kind of like box region position check that we can do. There's probably something built into Godot for that, so I'm gonna look into that right now. Don't know what optimizations you've already have in the conveyor belts. Factorio devs have an old blog post about belt optimizations. Yeah, I've read this a lot because it's pretty helpful. Oh yeah, they're talking about multi-threading of instantiation stuff, yeah. Yeah, this is a really good post where they just like keep track of the distances between items instead of each individual item and stuff. Yeah, they have a lot of really good posts about how they optimize conveyors. I think they have this one, and I swear I saw there's a couple of others too. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I no longer store absolute coordinates of items. The only thing that I don't know how I would handle, like if I implemented this into Starground, is I need to know each item position for drawing their sprites, right? Unless I'm doing some kind of weird thing where I'm generating like a combined image for all of these items and just drawing that once. I'm not sure how that would work. It wouldn't work with the multi-mesh instance. So yeah, that is something I'd have to look into. But this is definitely interesting, the ability to do this. I wish there's a better way to set instance transforms here. I mean, something that I think is kind of interesting is we have this transform array, right? So I don't know, maybe there's a better way that we can set the values of what this actually is. Instead of looping through every single conveyor and calculating the progress, we only need to calculate the progress on the ones that are different and only change the ones that are different. Otherwise, the array just stays the same. Could be kind of interesting. But I don't know. It's there's a big warning here though that accessing the property is very slow, so it might not actually work out. Yeah. But now that conveyors are a tile set though, it does open me up to doing different kinds of optimizations, like that Factorio post. You know, the ability to do like store the item data differently and stuff like that. So I don't know, I might do that. It's definitely interesting. But yeah, this is something right here is like picking up items or like inserters grabbing items out of it. You have to regenerate like the distances between and stuff. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it is something to keep in mind. So only splitters should be legitimate entities, break transport lines apart. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look into that maybe more though. See if it's something I can implement now. So thank you for the speed. Now that the conveyors are processed completely differently. See, I just wasn't able to do stuff like that before with the old conveyor system because they were all individual nodes. So there was no way I could like optimize and merge conveyors together because they all had to stay distinct separate objects, you know? So yeah, it was just really complicated before, but now might be a little more feasible. It's not possible to replace some of the heavier calculations in C++ as a GD extension. It's, people mention that a lot, but the truth of that is that it's not actually going to make any performance difference. Because what's slow about this is not the calculations I'm running. It's not like multiplying by 16 is too slow or whatever. It's just calling this function. And so if I change this over to C++, I would just be calling the same functions anyways, right? Like, it wouldn't actually change anything fundamentally. Because something also that's important to remember, too, with Godot, is that everything in Godot is written in C++. So when I'm calling set instance custom data, the things that this is actually doing behind the scenes is being called using C++ code. So it's already pretty optimized. There's not like a whole lot of performance I would gain from doing C++. So yeah, the only benefit I would get is if I was like actually calculating like a number or something where I'm not accessing any functions. I'm just straight up doing like code in here of multiplying things and dividing, and I think that's the only case that would actually benefit me, you know. So, but it would be interesting to try just to see if it does make a difference, because again, that's the thing with with performance optimization, is that a lot of the times what you think might be the case is wrong. So I'll have to look into that. Because I want to see if from a camera 2D I can get a like a rect for its... I don't think I can. But let's see in here. I mean, I can get the viewport or whatever. Custom viewport, whatever that is. Okay, that's not what I want. Trying to see if there's a way I can check if a position is inside of the camera, right? Get limit, make current is current. It's not really. What I could do is check if the position is inside of the viewport. I'd have to do some wacky coordinate conversion stuff. Otherwise, what I could do to do this instead of... Because what I'm trying to do right now, my goal is eliminating the distance check here. There's a visible on-screen notifier, but that really doesn't help me because I'd have to create a node for every single thing. So that's useless. Yeah, what I'd have to do here is somehow know if a position is inside of the viewport coordinate. Or bounding box or whatever. I'm not sure how I would do that. I mean, I can probably just create a rectangle of the camera every time. I only have to do this once every frame, so it essentially has 0 performance impact. But we just say rect2 .new. Yeah, which is an axis aligned bounding box. Yeah, fast overlap tests intersects. I mean, I don't even need to check that. Has point. Yeah, see, this is what I want. I think this will run pretty quickly. I can just call has point. So we're just gonna say var box is that. And I think we can instantiate this with positions and stuff. Yeah. So we just need position and size. Seems pretty easy. We just say global.active player.camera. Here, let's make sure that's real. I think I mentioned camera in here. Guess not. That seems stupid. Do I reference camera in here? Yeah, okay, we're good there. So now over here I can just say player.camera. Dot, and then on camera, what I need to get is the actual position of the camera instead of like the whatever it is. So where do we have to do that? It's get screen center position. So that's our position of our rect, and then just the size. Which I wonder if there's a function to get the size of the camera, because there's zoom. So we might have to figure that out. Let me look that up. Get visible rect. Oh, is that all I need to do? Hold on. I might have made this too complicated. Get viewport rect. Is this literally it? Turns the transform. Turns the viewport boundaries as a rect 2. That might be what I want. I'm gonna print out what this is so I can make sure. Because I have no idea if this is gonna work for what we're trying to do here. Okay, let's see what this is printing out. So it looks like this is actually just the resolution of the screens. That's not what I want. That's fine. That would have been nice, though. Ooh. So we do want to get the camera position. I don't know how we're going to get the camera size, though. Good camera size. So what is this? So get camera rect is just going to be the camera position. The viewport times 0.5. But I don't think that's going to take into account the camera's zoom level, right? Viewport rect is the camera size in local pixels. I think the viewport rect is just the size of your viewport, which is in terms of like screen pixels. So, but I guess the camera would just be that times the zoom level. So I think that'll actually work out. I can just do get viewport rect. And then change its size and stuff depending on, so we can say rect2 var box is that. Yeah, I think we could probably just do that. So say box is that, box dot size is times equals global dot active player dot camera dot zoom. And then we just say box dot position is equal to the camera center position. And that should give us a, I think, an accurate boundary of our camera. Let's print it out and stuff, make sure. So Arend, welcome in. How's it going? So yeah, it shows the position there of our camera. That seems good. Although I realize that we are multiplying instead of dividing by the zoom. So that should now be outputting the proper, like, pixel boundaries of our camera. Yeah. So knowing that fact, I'm pretty sure that if we check has point, then we'll actually see if this is a valid distance away. Get viewport, get visible rect. We can see what that returns. Returns the visible rectangle, whatever that is. I can print it out and see. I don't know if it's going to be tracking the position and stuff, but apparently gives global. Okay. Let's just see what it does. Because if it does exactly what we're doing, then, well, then we're good. No, it just does the same thing. It's just like the screen coordinates, because it's showing the resolution of my window right now, 1944 by 720, so it does not work. But I think this will work with the position stuff. Okay, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. I apologize. When are we going to work on the House MD video game? House MD. Do you mean the one we're just talking about? in Goofster? Do you mean house.md? Or I don't know. I don't know anymore. What do you mean by house MD? Okay, got that stuff. So now we can just check if box dot as point. I mean, awesome, dude. The video game start, dude. Don't spoil it, guys. Pretend you didn't hear any of that, okay? We're definitely not working on an official branded House MD video game. That would be crazy, though. All right, let's see if this is doing the things properly now. So if I have a conveyor, movers, chests, put an item in, it's not working. But kind of, it's a little weird. I have a question regarding space elevator. Can I have multiple exports to a unique import? Okay, so you mean like if you have, here, let's just research, let's give myself the materials. I think it needs processors. What else does it take? Cobalt. What else? What else? What else? Steel. All right. So you're saying, okay, we're doing space elevator can have multiple exports to a unique import. So if you have one that's set to import like this, and you're saying if you have multiple export elevators over here that are, yeah, set to export on these, and they're going to this elevator here. So we could set the name to Bob or something. And then all the groups over here are set to Bob. You're wondering if that works. Is that kind of your question here? So you can have multiple export elevators tied to one import elevator. Yeah, it should work just fine, but let's just test it just to make sure, because I don't want to accidentally tell you. I don't want to accidentally spread misinformation. Okay, so let's just test this out. So if we have 4 processors and 4 rotors in there, and we just say every 60 seconds, yeah, it'll just go. So yeah, I think it'll work. Basically, this elevator has items in it, so it's not going to be up. So the rotors went up, and so this one's kind of waiting for another elevator to open up to send its items to. But if you take the items out of this, then this elevator will go up and it should transfer the items into it. If we set this time lower to like 1 second. So that's going to go up, transfer the items in, and now it gets transferred. So yeah, you can have multiple imports set to one space elevator, or multiple exports set to one import elevator just fine. Although keep in mind that this can only accept the transfer of items from one at a time. So it's not like these are both going to go up at the same time and both transfer their items, and then this comes down with both of them in here. It'll have to do it one by one. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, should work though. Yeah, what it'll do is just like this will go up with the items it has here. And that's not going to go up into space to be checking for items until it's emptied out of its items. So just pull it out. And then it should come back down. It should have just received the items from here. Yeah. What is the order when both are full? It's a good question. We can see. I think it's just going to be up to how the elevators are ordered, like in the code. I have a list of all the elevators in the game. And so elevators run through that list and check and cross-reference and see which ones it can send to and stuff. So I can just give myself like a bunch of stone. Give myself a bunch of wood or something. And just as an experiment, so we know that this happens at the exact same time, right? We're gonna break that space elevator, set these to inventory full, load it up. Oh shoot. Got too many items, man. Put the wrong items in here. All right, now this one's gonna be wood. So yeah, these ones will keep just sending up because it has a full inventory. So I guess whichever one goes first kind of just depends on, actually, oh, this one's not full. Yeah, there we go. It'll just depend on which one got full first. So it looks like this one is slightly ahead of this one, so the stone should get transferred to this elevator first as soon as we place this down and name it. I need processors. So let's just confirm that it works like that. So we set our group to Bob and then set it to import. Now it's going to go up, and this space elevator will probably transfer its items first right there. Yeah. So it just depends on the order in which these are filled up. So yeah, that's basically it. Technically, if you found a way to fill them both up at the exact same frame, then it would come down to which one it's going to be accessing first in the list. Basically how it works is this, where we have our import elevator, it goes up and it waits until it receives something, right? So, for example, if I take the items out of this now, let's put some movers down. And just take all those items out. Let's research hole again so those move faster. As soon as the items are removed from the space elevator, it's going to go send back up into space. And since this one is empty, it's not going to be sending anything. So this one's going to go up, put the wood in, and now you can see the wood is in there. So just wait for that to transfer out. Boom. And now that one's empty. It goes back up and waits. So here's the order of operations. That one's empty. It goes back up. You can think of the elevators having this like cloud connection up here. So like this one pops up in here and says, hey, I'm ready to receive items. And then the other ones over here are going to go up whenever they're full. So this one goes up, this one goes up. And now they say, hey, I'm ready to export my items. So what happens here is that this one's going to be looking for ones that are exporting. It's going to check all these and say, hey, am I in your group? Can I take your items? Cool. I take your items. This one comes back down, and this one comes back down because it's empty. So that's kind of how it works. So if you have multiple lined up like this, it would just be, and they're up there at the exact same frame, it would kind of just be whatever, like, one is ready. Because basically this just kind of gets organized in a list. I don't actually know how it gets organized because it kind of just depends on how Godot does like group ordering, but it's random every time. So there's no way for me to ever order it. There's no predictability if you could get it at the exact same time. But it's extremely difficult to do that. I don't think you'll be able to under normal circumstances. So there are multiple imports, so it'll depend on which one is in the list first. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, that should be, I think it's pretty random which one will actually get put into the list first. But if you have multiple import ones like this, then it'll just, if it can't go into that one, it goes into the other one. So we can load this up with wood, load this one up with stone. So that one went into that one, but since that one's full, the stone goes into this one. So yeah. But hopefully that helps you kind of get a better idea of how these things work. But yeah. What was I even testing here? Put some items in. Oh, duh. Yeah, we're doing the box thing. Almost forgot. So I don't know if this is actually going to do what I want. Ooh. Yeah, it seems a little weird. Let's go load into a different save. That has a bunch of active conveyors. Oh, duh, we have to say if global.active player, then set that stuff. Thank you, it's much more clear for me now. Sorry about the interruption. No worries at all. Don't ever worry about that. I'm glad to help you out with that. Okay, I see exactly what's happening here. Is the box position is offset. So, should be pretty easy to fix. You can see that the top left corner is centered around the player's position. So we just have to say position is that minus box dot size divided by 2. And now this should be centered around where the player is. Take a look at that. And yeah, you can see them disappearing and stuff on the edges there. We're gonna address that. We can add like a little bit of a boundary. But this is good because when we're super zoomed in, it's only going to be running that check on the things that are actually on screen now. So if we run the profiler again, I'm curious to see how this impacts performance. So far, it's looking pretty good. So down here, conveyor, where is it? Only 0.33, so that's actually really good. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised about that. And then if we're rendering in a bunch, it's going to be a little slower, but still running pretty good. Conveyor controller, yeah, only 0.6, cool. So I think this is going to work much better than doing the distance check. Because basically we're getting all the benefits of not having to render every single item without any of the downsides. So if we load up the crazy save that's super slow, let's see how this runs now. It should be hopefully less than 4, or at least hanging around 4. Let's see where we're at with it. Once this loads, takes a minute. It was a big save. Also, the thing is every single time I'm loading into the save, it's doing the conveyor belt conversion. So, you know, it's going to be a little bit slower. All right, we are in. It's running really bad, as expected. doing our view box checks. That's looking pretty good. We're gonna add that little buffer at the top so you don't see the items appearing in and out of the camera. And let's take a look at performance. Hey, what's up, Sakelos? Welcome in. I know, conveyors again. I do apologize. I know it's like all we've been working on, but it's pretty important. It is a big part of the game, so I guess we should make them run fast or something. All right, let's see what that's looking like. Sheesh, that's pretty good. That's only 2 milliseconds. So that is a huge improvement. We shaved off 2 whole milliseconds from the controller. So I know it doesn't seem like it did much here, but that's just because everything else is really slow. But that is a really good improvement. Given that we have 4,000 conveyor belts working on this save, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's fine. So yeah, there's only just a couple of other scripts that are having an impact, but those are just typical. It's just the actual logic of moving the items around and stuff. Yeah, we can set this to inclusive and then take a look at what this is at. So yeah, inclusive, it's around 5 milliseconds because it has to do... it's doing all these other things in one. It's saying... Oh, that's just item moved. Okay, interesting. So yeah, item moved seems to be the next thing we'd want to optimize with this right here. So that's kind of what we're working on, is that now conveyors that are off screen, the items aren't going to be rendering in anymore. So technically they still are functioning, but they aren't like visually updating and stuff like that. So it does make a very big improvement to performance. And I have to add a little bit of a boundary so the items don't snap into the top, but it's looking better. That's the old save. Yeah, this is your save. I've been using it as kind of a benchmark. My whole goal with the optimization is to at least get the save up to like 30 FPS or something. I know we're still a ways off, but I'm working on it. I figure this is just a good test world to use because of how big and crazy it is. Because like if I can optimize this and get it running smoothly, then, you know, almost anything we throw at the game should be okay. But yeah. Yeah, all the conveyors. I don't know what I did, but I might have fixed that issue where the items like snap along. I think just changing how I am running all the process stuff to only the ones that are actually visible or something. I don't know. Something I did seemed to stop it. So that's cool. Looks like there's like an extremely minor visual delay. You can see like the item. It's not a big deal. You won't notice that on normal FPSs. Cool. This save's getting faster by the day. I mean, before when I was testing this, it would only run at like 6 or 5 FPS while I'm streaming, which is terrible. So we've already been able to double the FPS, which is great. So I mean, we're on the right track, and everything's functionally the exact same. So that's good. We're not sacrificing anything. We can still copy these buildings and do everything normally. So yeah, handling the math off screen, basically all I'm doing for the item movement stuff is just running a tween. So inside of the conveyor where we actually do the... So what I do is I have this resource up here, or it's actually just an object now, called conveyor data. So whenever we create a new conveyor, it's going to say conveyor data.new. It's creating a new object here. And this is kind of like the whole, like, this is our controller for each conveyor, right? So it has all the info about it, its position and item ID, its progress, and this is how we handle like the actual movement side of things. So whenever this reaches progress of 1, it's going to run this or it's going to run item moved. And then that kind of like removes the item and sees if it can add an item to the next conveyor in line. So whenever an item is added to a conveyor up here, I'm creating a tween right here. And this is basically just saying increment the progress on our conveyor object at 1 divided by conveyor speed. So if our speed is 2, then it's going to take half a second to move. And then we just connect whenever that tween right there is finished, we connect it to item moved, and then that starts this whole process again. So that's how we do all the processing now for conveyors. It's pretty performant because it's really simple. There's not really a whole lot that happens in conveyors. I've kind of swapped a lot of the code over so that, like, for example, movers actually handle all of the code for grabbing items off the conveyors, and same with undergrounds and splitters and all that jazz. So the conveyors themselves are stupid, which is good. It means that they don't do as much stuff. Yeah, we still increment the value for conveyors off screen, because the whole thing with this too is that this is all multiplayer. So I do have to be calculating precise positions of all the items and stuff, even though they're not visible to the server player or whatever. Because if somebody else is playing the game, they need to know where these items are supposed to be on the server. So it's definitely one challenge of multiplayer stuff. If this was single player, I could optimize this so much better, but it just doesn't work that way. And the other part of it is so that your factory is still running when you're not on screen, right? Which is obviously important as well. So but yeah, I mean, really, when they're off screen, the performance impact they have is basically nothing. They still do a couple things down in here for when the items move around and stuff, but it's a pretty minor impact. The way I'm actually drawing the items now is, instead of like loading in a resource and creating a sprite node, it's actually just using a multi-mesh instance node, which runs really great. These things are fast. Yeah, something we've made a big improvement to recently with all these new changes is our visual rendering performance as well, right? This used to be a lot more bottlenecked by the number of conveyors that we had, especially like on the GPU side and stuff, because of how many sprites we were rendering in. It still definitely needs some work. I mean, we can see cold canvas in here is still kind of slow at 9 milliseconds. So yes, there's still more work to be done with the rendering side of things in here, but it's getting much closer. Yeah, this is also interesting to look at because it shows you how little particles actually matter in here. CPU particles. They basically have no performance impact. Really, the only thing that's any kind of performance impact is just cold canvas item tree. So just that it's not stalling with all that going on. Like the position stuff, you're just wondering if it's like, yeah. Nah, it's all running constantly. I mean, obviously this save is slow, but that's the whole reason I'm testing on this save is because it's crazy. I mean, if we zoom out here, if I enable cheats, you start to really understand. There's over 4,000 conveyors on this save, so it's pretty intensive. I think the fact that this is somewhat playable at all is pretty crazy. But it's good. It really highlights a lot of like what is actually slow in the game. You know what I mean? So it's pretty helpful. Also, why are we getting what's going on here? Apparently drawing conveyors, it's trying to draw them outside of the boundaries of the map. Maybe that's what's happening over here. I think so. I think there's just like a couple conveyors right here that are technically outside the boundaries of the minimap. Yeah, it looks like it. Well, that's okay. You haven't seen the actual save. I know, yeah, you've played more, I presume, since the save, right? You're always welcome to send that over if you want, and I can use that as the new testing save. Oh my god. Yeah, this is crazy over here, all these pumps and stuff. This whole nuclear reactor setup. Pretty crazy. A lot of solar panels. Yeah, what's your power grid looking like? Oh my god, that's crazy. You're generating 1,800 SE. I've never actually played Starground to this scale, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I usually stop before I get to this point, because this is pretty crazy. This is an interesting thing that you got here. So you're doing a sushi belt for your rotors. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, nuclear reactors need a lot of water. Yes, they do, yeah. And then you've got outputting for the water here, right? Yeah. And that all funnels back into here. Oh, you're actually doing water exporting to Tyria, aren't you? Yeah. And then wood exporting? Wood exporting to Tyria. So you must have another space elevator in here on Tyria that's receiving wood. And it's just interesting to like look at this factory, you know? See how it's all set up. That's slag. Must be around here somewhere. Is this wood? Yeah, so this is where you're receiving your wood from. Yeah, that's one nice thing that I actually purposely left in for space elevators is the ability to use them on the same planet. Because I was thinking about that. I was like, is that too OP or is that unbalanced? But I think it's actually kind of a cool thing to be able to do that. It gives you this ability, right, where you can have like an outpost or whatever. Like you have like a little area over here with stuff going on, and you can export those items across the map to other places. It kind of decreases the need for stuff like a train and all that jazz, you know, because you can just use the space elevator. I finished the research. Yeah, the level of research that you're on is crazy in here. Thumper speed 18. Collector efficiency 24. Yeah, your collectors must be getting just insane resources here. Let's see. Yeah, that just dropped like 4 or 5 resources. That's a lot. Space elevator costs a lot of energy. I think it's a good thing to balance. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why I made it so expensive, or not expensive, but well, it's kind of expensive, but mainly power usage, right? It costs a whole 40 because I wanted it to feel balanced. I definitely do want to take a look at that mover collision research. I think that would be kind of nice. I've been thinking about adding like an end game research that removes collision on movers, just as a little like, you know, added ability thing, kind of like in Factorio, where with a new expansion now you get like mech armor, and it allows you to fly over all your buildings that you normally would collide with. I think it'd be really cool to make it so you can just kind of go wherever. I need 126,000 plastic and processors to get to 27. Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy. It's insane. Oh, that was 10%. Actually, told the person the wrong info. Yeah, if you're, I presume that you're still having performance issues on your new save, right? It's probably even worse now than it was. But I am working on it, I assure you. I've also noticed that the performance of movers that do not have cached buildings can actually make sort of a big difference. Like all these movers that aren't pointing into anything, they have to run physics checks to see if there's a building in front of them, so Yeah, still around 10 to 15 FPS. Okay. This new update should make a huge difference. Because this on my computer was running like 5 or 6 FPS before the change while streaming, and then now it's up to like 12. So yeah, it should I think make a pretty big boost. You'll probably I won't promise a doubling of FPS because it really depends on like your CPU and graphics card and all that, but we'll see. Yeah, hopefully I can get this running a lot smoother though for people that do have huge, enormous factories. So it's a good thing to know. Yeah, there's some things like that. Like anything that does a physics check, try and give it like either just don't put it down or put an object in front of it so it's not running that check. Because basically how the movers work is you place it down, it's going to be doing a ray cast in front and behind it every frame and checking, is there a building there that I can link up to, right? So that'll help increase performance. Otherwise, that's the main thing that you actually have control over. Of course, I'm going to be working a lot on making everything else run fast. It's interesting that the researchers seem to have a pretty decent performance impact right here. Also breakable on hit. I guess it's just from all the bees breaking their resources, but those are kind of small fries compared to this stuff up here, though. The movers. I still gotta work on movers. Oh no. You heard it here first, folks. 10 billion FPS boost. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, guys. It's totally gonna run at 10 billion FPS, totally. Nah, it's... I'm not gonna get it that fast. I'm gonna try my best, though, to optimize things, and also, like... There's still... What this big change with the conveyors allows is for new potential optimizations later, right? That's one of the big, like, benefits of this whole new thing. So it's not all going to be ready to go immediately, but I'm hoping that this kind of, like, opens me up to new possibilities for optimization, so... Yeah. We're going to start this off as an experimental branch, just because I need to make sure that everything is stable before I actually put it to the main game. You know, we are basically rebuilding almost everything. Underground conveyors, splitters, regular conveyors, movers. It's all been, you know, tinkered with and changed, and everything is different now. So. But yeah. I don't know exactly when. I mean, I know I said like either today or tomorrow or whatever, but I will get this up as soon as I can. I think we're like right there. I just gotta fix some issues with the movers and then get the conveyor saving and loading working, and I think it's finally ready for an experimental branch. I'm not gonna make any more promises for when that's gonna be. I'm just gonna say, you know, be on the lookout on Discord, because I will put an announcement up about it, so. But yeah. I know, I do have to update the demo. The demo's pretty old. I booted up the demo just for fun, like a little bit ago, to see what it's like, and it's like, yeah, it definitely is a little more archaic form of Starground. But yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, all the, like, UI is bad. I didn't color in the sliders and stuff. The multiplayer on the demo is bad. There's also no, like, generation. It still has the guide, which is funny. Technically, the guide still exists in the game. It's just hidden. Like, this is still in the game. But yeah. The guide, yeah. Is there no stamina wheel? That's crazy. Yeah, this is well before we had random terrain generation stuff. Procedural terrain generation. Seen that in eons, yeah, right? There's also no commands or anything, so I can't cheat. That's okay. How did I live without commands before? I guess I just had a save that had all the stuff on it, so it was fine. I am really curious to see what happens if I load a modern save in the demo. Do you think it's just gonna crash? Let's see what happens. It's probably gonna crash. So it did load some stuff, but it broke. I'm not surprised. Maybe an older save would work. Also, let's try not loading from in-game, because that might kind of cause issues. Let's go single player and just add a 1 with the original. Let's see if that works. Newer saves might not work. Okay, it did work. Oh, this is such a weird... This save is so old. Oh, look, there's items that don't exist anymore. Oil, magnet. Yeah, see, there's... It's funny that these, Oh, because duh, the new, Oh, God. The new saves use IDs. I think this was back when I used to use, No, I think it also uses IDs. But I wonder why it's like this, though. I must have done it differently. I grabbed the names of items and stuff. Whatever. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh, the sword was so different. The slash effect. Yeah, this is a different time. Yeah, there's stuff floating out in the ocean because, also there's, like, buildings missing. Oh yeah, there's no underground belts, are there? That's crazy. Oh, you have a save from an old devlog? Let's go. Oh yeah, this is the star... Is there no space hub? That's crazy. Yeah, you're welcome to send it over. So it's just Viridian and the moon. That's literally it. What did the dungeon used to look like? Let's see. It's so empty out here with, there's no, like, none of those mushrooms, you know? Send it to you? Cool. We can, boot it up just for fun. But yeah, this is, it's pretty crazy. Oh, there's no, like, combo thing either with the combat, so you just have to wait until it charged. Is the boss even in the game? I don't even know. Ooh, that was a weird collision thing. Is that the boss over there? No. There's also no mini-map, so I have no idea where I am. Ooh. I'm gonna die in here, man. It's from February last year. Oh yeah, that's pretty old then. Okay, there is the boss. Oh yeah, he's his old sprite though. And he sounds different. He's higher pitched. Yeah, the summoning is super basic. I think this was before he had his slam attacks. You can kind of just sit here and destroy him. He just dies. There's no, like, sound or anything. It's pretty crazy. So there must be an exit room. Oh yeah, the exit room's always right next to the boss on this old generation, yeah. Pretty crazy. But, I mean, this does give a pretty decent idea of what the full game's kind of like, though. It is basic, but... yeah. We can load up that old save. I'll just load it on modern Starground. Devlog 5. Let's try it out. I might already have this save, I have no idea. Nope. Devlog 5.4. A, B, C, D. There it is. I can't remember which devlog this was. Oh, it was before the train gen change? Uh-oh. Oh, this is too old to load. It's because IDs don't exist. So I'd have to load this on the version that it was actually meant for. But I have every single build of the game, so I can. So what version? You said this was from February? What was like the... Do you know the specific date? February 5th. Okay. Well, then it must have been this save. For this build. How much does this game take? We've been working on it since like December of 2023. So it's been about a year and 6 or 7 months or something. It's August 19th this year. It's coming up. That's going to be the 1 year date since it's been on Steam. So, oh, does this save show my IP? Hold on. Let me make sure it's not. Okay, good, it doesn't. Oh wow, this is a basic build. Look at that. There's no general, just audio. Okay. Oh, thank God it's there. I don't know how I'm gonna select it though. Okay. That's kind of a problem. I'm just gonna have to temporarily move my saves out. It's kind of funny. Let's just call this temp backup. It's crazy how tiny the saves are. I mean, this one hits 2 megabytes, but that's really not that big. Okay, let's move all this into temp backup. Oh, except the one that I... Yeah, skip that one. Alright, let's try this again. I hope this works. It should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Single player load. There we go. There's no info about it or anything. Yeah, I guess I'll allow. What? Oh yeah. This is a pretty old save. Is this back when everything was free? Okay, no. Things did cost. But does it actually? I can't tell if it's taking items or not. Oh, it does. Okay. So old. It's just because it's nighttime right now. I don't even think I had... Oh, the splitters. I remember how those used to look. They used to look old. Like that. Actually, I don't think splitters worked back then. Yeah, they don't take items either. Or drop items. And the conveyor V2 just looks like the regular conveyor? Yeah. Oh, look how, like, glitchy that looks. With the taking the items? What's going on there? The old indicators. The furnaces look odd. They're kind of like glowing a little like blue tinted or something. I don't know. The ocean was nothing. The mining laser did not make a sound. All the items. There is a star launcher. Oh, yeah, the stone bricks used to just be solid. I'm gonna need some more stone brick. That's a little iron. Let's craft. Oh yeah, I can't middle click. Forgot about that. Excuse me. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah, it's still just Viridian and oh no, there's no animation for launching. I forgot. Apparently, you can create weapons. It's so unsatisfying. It's very slow. Let's go to the dungeon. Forgot the... Oh yeah, the old enemies. They're like... Was this before moon shrooms existed? It might have been. It's so weird playing on these old builds. Oh yeah, there's no walking mechanic, I forgot. There's also no rolling, which is odd. Can they even hurt me? Okay, yeah, they can. I don't even know if there's a boss or an exit room. Yeah, it used to be blue. I'm not seeing any kind of boss, but I don't know, maybe there is one. There are chests. It's finally back to daytime. Oh, I looked at that, but no, that's just how it was. The chat didn't fade out. Oh, the exit room is there. It looks terrible. And I can't go through that door, so that's broken. At least we can get out of here. And your health stayed in here, so you just kind of permanently take damage. The crafter, yeah, it used to be 10 iron. Now the way I did the recipe is weird. It's just like a grid. Oh yeah, there's also no power in the game. I forgot about that. Everything just kind of works. You don't have to charge anything. Crazy. And I can't select my hotbar with numbers, which is crazy. Probably all sorts of bugs in this. Yeah, the sounds are so devoid of life. I think this is like when I was initially testing V2 conveyors or something. Look at that snapping, how much they wobble. Yeah, pretty crazy. My game's already running at 60 FPS. Like, it's dropped crazy. It's so bad. Performance used to suck. It's funny because, I mean, if you load into like a fresh save in these old versions, you're like, wow, I'm getting 500, 600 FPS. But then you actually play for a minute and place down like more than one building, and then it just drops. It's like, oh my god. You can see even just with these resources spawning in, it's already halved the FPS. It's pretty crazy. Man. Yeah, pretty archaic version of Starground. Steam V2. Let's move temp back up out back into the regular stuff. That is the one I want to transfer, right? Yeah. Skip this file. All my saves in here? Yeah. What do I have in like backup 1 and stuff? Oh, I just saved all my saves. I have some of these from quite a while ago. This is from May. The thumb save is from February. I think that's the devlog I did where I talk about crafters, because that was like a new building back then. 2.7. I think around February is when saving and loading existed, so there wasn't really any files before then. So yeah, these are some of the first saves ever created. Stupid crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy. Now Starground is a beast, a monster. All right. Well, we've hit 4 hours. I am burning up. I need to go ramp up the AC or something because it's not working. We've been having this issue with our air conditioner recently where the coolant line will like frost up and get all icy and then it stops working, which is super cool and awesome when it's 95 degrees outside. So that kind of sucks. I think it's just like we're overworking it or something. It seems like that's what's happening. But it's frustrating though. Okay, we got to do this on the conveyor drawing up here. And then am I setting update there true or no? Okay, I think we have to do the same thing down here as well. Yeah. Oh, we already do it right here. Position.x, yeah. All right, anyways, that's probably going to be it for today. We're so close to these new conveyors being stable enough. I just need to do a couple more things with movers because there's still some weird edge cases where items aren't filtering properly with movers. And it just has to do with how calling update filters on movers actually works. Well, actually, we fixed the manual filter stuff, but there's still like, I think one random weird scenario where it doesn't work. I'm just going to kind of run through some more tests with everything and make sure it's all stable. And then obviously implement saving and loading. But yeah, hopefully we can get this up on the experimental branch very soon. Conveyors, the new conveyors do not work with multiplayer yet. They're broken with multiplayer. So I'll just add that as a note when I push this new experimental branch. But yeah, we'll have to create another function in RPC call to update the visuals of the conveyors and stuff, and it's fine. It's not a huge deal, but that's something that we'll have to work on. Yeah, anyways, thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. We're gonna go pick somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid? We will raid Hypnotic Games. Because he was in here earlier. Blender! Let's do some Blender stuff. Cool. Alright. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I'll let you all know on Discord when this new update is up and on the experimental branch. What else? Feel free to buy Starground. It's eventually going to be on sale again, but don't let that stop you unless you want to get it cheaper. Yeah, join the Discord if you want. I usually put up announcements and stuff for new updates. And that's going to be it. I'll see you gamers tomorrow, and hopefully we will finally not be working on conveyors anymore. I've got some other things lined up for things we can do. So, yeah. Hopefully we can move on to other things for once. Alright. Thank you, gamers. I'll see all of you tomorrow at 3:30 MDT. Bye-bye.